Buenos días. Buenos días a todos.
Good morning to all of you.
Bienvenidos al foro sobre energías renovables en entornos urbanos. En nombre de los organizadores, los gobiernos de Ecuador, el gobierno de Alemania, el gobierno de Emiratos Árabes Unidos y la Agencia Internacional de Energía Renovable, bienvenidos a este foro que celebramos en el contexto de la conferencia de Hábitat 3 en esta maravillosa ciudad de Quito, que también nos acoge. Muchas gracias, sobre todo al país anfitrión de la conferencia, por toda la amabilidad y la ayuda que nos están prestando. Antes de introducir el programa, quisiera hacer algunos apuntes de organización. Tienen todos en sus sillas un programa del evento. Como ven, abrimos con una sesión de alto nivel, seguida de un diálogo interactivo. Posteriormente daremos paso a otra sesión temática. Quisiera señalar que no vamos a disponer de descansos para tomar café. Por ahí fuera tienen un servicio de café, en cualquier momento pueden entrar y salir según les apetezca. A la 1 terminaremos la sesión de la mañana y celebraremos un almuerzo en la cuarta planta al que se podrá acceder desde la terraza. Ya concluido mis apuntes logísticos y organizativos, esperamos que disfruten de la sesión. Tenemos informes de IRENA que sirven de complemento a lo que se va a tratar aquí hoy en sus sillas y también allí detrás. Y sin más dilación, quisiera abrir la sesión de alto nivel dando la bienvenida al excelentísimo señor José Medardo Cadena Mosquera, viceministro de Electricidad y Energía Renovable del Ecuador. Muchas gracias, señor viceministro.
Mr. Vice Minister, please.
Buenos días con todos. Un saludo especial a sus excelencias, señora María Krausberger, presidente de la Agencia Federal de Medio Ambiente de Alemania, señor Mohamed Youssef Al-Wadi, honorable embajador de los Emiratos Árabes Unidos en Perú y embajador no residente en Ecuador y Costa Rica, señora Elizabeth Press, directora de Planificación y Soporte de Programas de IRENA, señores alcaldes, autoridades nacionales, locales de los países que nos visitan, señores alcaldes, autoridades del Ecuador, señores representantes de IRENA, delegados de organismos internacionales, ilustres panelistas, señores representantes y autoridades del Gobierno Central y gobiernos autónomos descentralizados de la República del Ecuador, participantes todos, representantes de medios de comunicación, señoras y señores. Es un honor para el Ecuador y para la ciudad de Quito recibir a tan distinguidas delegaciones del mundo entero que asisten a este evento con gran entusiasmo y enorme interés, pero por sobre todo con la inmensa motivación que constituye para todos nosotros la oportunidad que nos brinda Hábitat 3 y este evento de convertirnos en los diseñadores y gestores de las ciudades del futuro, de las ciudades que deseamos para nuestros hijos, nuestros nietos y las futuras generaciones. Bienvenidos al evento RE-energizar las ciudades, energías renovables en el entorno urbano, organizado por la Agencia Internacional de Energía Renovable IRENA, que se presenta en el marco de Hábitat 3 con un enfoque hacia el desarrollo de las ciudades y el papel relevante de las energías renovables en un contexto de desarrollo sostenible. El Ecuador les da la bienvenida con los brazos abiertos y con la sencillez, calidez y cordialidad que nos caracteriza a todos los ecuatorianos. Les abrimos con alegría las puertas de nuestra casa, Queremos mostrarles quiénes somos, de dónde venimos, pero por sobre todo lo que somos capaces de hacer y construir. Ecuador es un país pequeño en el contexto mundial, con una posición privilegiada en el centro del planeta, que nos permite disfrutar de las riquezas del mar y de sus hermosas playas, y al mismo tiempo de la majestuosidad de sus montañas, los nevados y los volcanes activos con los que hemos aprendido a convivir. Y a poca distancia, disfrutar también del encanto, la riqueza natural y los misterios que encierra la selva amazónica. ¿Y qué decir del paraíso escondido de Charles Darwin, las Islas Galápagos, cuna de especies únicas y patrimonio natural de la humanidad? Este es el Ecuador, un país lleno de riquezas naturales y la mayor de todas, su gente. Es un país multiétnico y multicultural, donde conviven y se funcionan las costumbres y las tradiciones de las nacionalidades indígenas, los afrodescendientes y los mestizos. En materia energética, el Ecuador ha sido bendecido con recursos naturales abundantes, sobre todo el agua, que es fuente de vida y al mismo tiempo base fundamental del desarrollo económico y social. Nuestra política energética en materia de electricidad tiene como base y fundamento al agua. Este gobierno, a lo largo de sus 10 años de gestión, ha logrado cambiar la realidad energética del país. Nuestra apuesta por el agua no se ha limitado a la definición de políticas, sino por sobre todo a la gestión y a la acción, sin descartar a otras fuentes como la eólica, solar y geotérmica. Es así como, hace 6 años, luego de superar las etapas de estudios y financiamiento, iniciamos la construcción simultánea de 8 proyectos hidroeléctricos con una capacidad total de 2.800 megavatios, cifra muy importante si se toma en cuenta que la demanda máxima del Ecuador bordea los 3.700 megavatios. Estas centrales hidroeléctricas permiten duplicar y un poco más la capacidad instalada en energías renovables, venciendo todo tipo de obstáculos que son propios de la ejecución de este tipo de proyectos. Hemos logrado culminar hasta
amongst them, the 2 of largest capacity, the Coca-Cola Sinclair with 1,500 megawatts and the Sopladora with 487 megawatts. The rest of them will be finished by 2017. Start and finish, conclude turnkey projects in 6 years is not a normal situation in national condition. Only the effort and the firm decision from the highest levels of our government, with the president and the vice president leading it, have made possible to turn this into reality. Thanks to this, Ecuador has increased its participation in renewable energy through the production of electricity from 45 to 90% in the present year. This enormous injection of renewable energy has been accompanied by important actions that have to do with energy efficiency. We have mandated the use of incandescent bulbs or internal lighting. We have replaced inefficient
el alumbrado público y ahora, con energía limpia y renovable proveniente de nuestros ríos, vamos a la conquista de la cocción de los alimentos, el calentamiento de agua y el transporte en las ciudades. Hemos puesto en marcha uno de los programas más innovadores y ambiciosos, que conjuga en uno solo los conceptos de cambio de matriz energética y eficiencia energética. Es el programa de sustitución del gas licuado de petróleo por electricidad para cocción de alimentos y calentamiento de agua en los hogares ecuatorianos, a través de la incorporación masiva de cocinas eléctricas de inducción y sistemas eléctricos de calentamiento calentamiento de agua. Es un programa de cambio de matriz energética porque estamos sustituyendo un combustible fósil, como es el gas licuado de petróleo, por energía eléctrica limpia producida por nuestros ríos. Es un programa amigable con el ambiente porque sustituye emisiones, pero por sobre todo es un programa de eficiencia energética, porque estamos sustituyendo una tecnología con una eficiencia que bordea el 45% por otra, más moderna, más eficiente, que llega a niveles del 90%. Cocinar con electricidad es más rápido, más limpio, más seguro y sobre todo más eficiente. Ingresar con un cambio de cultura en la parte más íntima de los hogares, como es la cocina, representa un gran reto. Esto ha requerido de una importante acción de comunicación y de fuertes incentivos otorgados por el Estado. A la fecha, más de 500,000 familias en Ecuador, de un total de 4 millones de familias,
out of a total of 4 million
cocinan con
families are
electricidad
cooking with
a través de
electricity
cocinas
through this
eléctricas de
electrical
inducción. Y cerca
stoves,
de 20,000 hogares
and
con una
almost
tendencia
20,000,
creciente se
and the
incorporan
trend is growing,
anualmente.
will be incorporated and are
Gracias a
being
todas las
incorporated
políticas,
monthly.
estrategias
Thanks to
y
all the
acciones
policies,
que se han
strategies, and
cumplido en
actions that
procesos
have been
energéticos,
fulfilled in terms
nuestro
of
pico de demanda
energy
es
demand, our
cerca
peak
de
demand is
400
of around
megawatts,
400
más
megawatts,
bajo de lo que
much
hubiera sido
lower
sin
of
ninguna
what would have
actuación
been
de nuestra
without
parte.
any action on our
Esto
side.
significa
This
ahorro
means
en
that we are
inversiones
saving
dedicadas a futura
because
generación,
investments are being
mayor
saved not only in
tecnología de
generation but
generación
also in
y
new
producción,
transmission lines or
pero
grids.
también significa
But
gases
it also
tóxicos que
means
se dejaron de emitir al ambiente.
toxic gases that are no
Esos
longer
gases
being
predominantes
released to
en
the
el ámbito
environment.
del transporte
Spaces such as industry,
constituyen
transportation
el gran reto de
constitute the big
descarbonización.
challenge that we must face.
Son muchos y muy importantes los logros que
The
podemos
achievements
compartir,
that we can share
pero
with
estamos
you are
seguros
many,
que es mucho
but
más
we are
lo que
sure
podemos aprender
that there's
sobre
much
las
more than we can learn
experiencias.
out of your
Este
experience.
aprendizaje y compromiso
This
colectivo
learning
será
and
el mayor
collective
aporte
commitment will
que
be the
estamos
greatest contribution
realizamos aquí
of those of us who
podemos
are
dar
here
a nuestros pueblos.
and will be what we can
Felicitaciones a
give
IRENA por esta
to our people.
iniciativa que
Congratulations to
desarrolla
Rena for
los
this
mejores
initiative, which is
proyectos como el
developing the best of
posible
concept,
Hábitat 3.
such as Habitat
Nuestro
3.
agradecimiento
Our
por todo el
thanks
espíritu
for having made us
participativo
part
que existió.
of her organization.
Reiteramos nuestra
We
bienvenida
reiterate
a
our
las más
welcome
numerosas
and
y
a
fuertes
warm hug
delegaciones del
to
exterior.
all
Esperamos y
foreign
estamos seguros
delegations.
que este
We
evento
hope and
y
we're
la
sure that
presencia
this
y la
event
participación
and the
de
presence and
todos y
active
cada uno de
participation
ustedes
of each and all of you
contribuirá de manera
will
efectiva
contribute
a
in
hacer
an
de este
efficient
gran
manner
hogar,
to
el
make
único
out
hogar
of
en el que
this,
soñemos,
the
un
only
hogar
home that we
seguro
have,
para
a
vivir.
better place to
Muchas
live.
gracias.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señor viceministro, por sus palabras de bienvenida.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Minister, for expressing this inspiration and for giving us examples. We're ready to learn and we're ready to replicate in other places of the world, particularly in the urban surroundings. Thank you very much for your inspiration. Next, I would like to leave the floor to Maria Kurzberger, President from Environmental Office from Germany. Ma'am, please.
Dear Minister Cadena, Ambassador Alavadi, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy to be here today on behalf of our Minister Barbara Hendricks, who couldn't come to Quito, which is a pity because she would have enjoyed it and learned a lot, I'm sure. But nevertheless, there is a big delegation from Germany who is listening carefully to many of you. Well, I'm here, I was invited here to talk about the Energiewende, the transition to renewable energy in urban settings, and we learned that Energiewende in the meantime is also an international word which is used by many countries. Last year, the global community already came to agreements on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. It followed the Addis Abeba Action Agenda and last but not least the Paris Agreement in the end of last year. And all these were really great successes. And also this year, there are other milestones to be followed. I just want to remember last week I call it Kigali Agreement in Rwanda on HFCs, which was a very important step also for climate protection worldwide, and it seems the world finally embarks on a more sustainable way of development. And now the new urban agenda will add a new chapter to this success story. As UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon has already stated, our struggle for global sustainability will be won or lost in cities. Although cities are significantly more efficient than rural areas, they are at the same time, as we know, the major cause of climate change. They are responsible for 78% of worldwide energy consumption and 70% of greenhouse gas emitted. In addition, they are particularly vulnerable to the consequences of climate change. And here in Quito, we are almost 3,000 meters above sea level, which I personally feel. But if we do not limit the global temperature increase, millions of people in coastal regions will be directly affected by a rise in sea level. Extreme weather events such as torrential rains or heat waves will affect all of us more and more in the years to come. In Germany, we have set ambitious targets for climate action. By 2050, we want to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by at least 80 to 90% compared with 1990. And coming from the German Environment Agency, who is doing a lot of research in this field, I can tell you this would be possible. To chart the course well in advance, the German government will adopt a climate action plan 2050 this year. And this plan will detail the overall climate target for 2050 and the agreed interim targets in light of the results of Paris. It will also undergird the targets with measures. In short, the climate action plan will give the necessary guidance to all actors involved, and there are many. Concretely, this means, for example, that our energy supply must be almost entirely be decarbonized by 2050. And restructuring our energy system, what we call the Energiewende, is an essential building block in our climate policy. The energy transition means shifting the basis of our energy supply from nuclear and fossil energy to renewable energies, and especially also more energy efficiency. In particular, the electricity sector is an area where we have already had successes. In the last year, renewable energy edged in front of coal and nuclear power to become our most important electricity source, with a share of 33% and high supply security at the same time. We want to build systematically on this expansion. And the moment we are looking more closely at the areas of mobility, but also on heating and buildings. In all these areas, we are seeing that renewable energies and energy efficiency will be the cornerstones of more sustainable cities. As a number of trailblazing cities already demonstrate, climate action is not only feasible, it is also good for people and for economic development at the same time. The expansion of renewable energy often takes place outside urban areas. Yet there is great potential also in cities as well. Local initiatives can help in reaching climate and energy targets. In Germany, we have an abundance of citizens' energy projects which facilitate direct participation in the energy transition by allowing regular people, farmers and regional cooperatives to invest their own money in local installations that generate renewable energy. The models used to realize these citizen-owned wind parks and similar projects can vary widely. In 2012, almost 50% of the installed renewable energy capacity in Germany was citizen-owned. Altogether, it was about 34 gigawatts that were achieved by these projects. And this also created tens of thousands of jobs, which is also a quite important aspect. Many municipal utilities are taking active part in this transition to a decentralized energy supply. The variety of stakeholders involved is important to us, and therefore we included this as a target in the German Renewable Energy Sources Act in 2014. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point I would like to talk about some German initiatives. However, I'm certain you will hear more about it, many exciting examples from around all over the world over the course of the day. Projects for local climate action and sustainable energy are supported by the German Environment Ministry through a so-called National Climate Initiative. From the launch of this funding program in 2008 until the end of 2014, 90,000 projects received support totaling more than 555 million euros, and this saved 14 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions. The initiative also supports master plan communities, and these communities develop strategies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 95% and energy consumption by 50% by 2050. I noticed that the city of Bonn is here on the program, and Bonn is a very engaged city in climate reaction and low carbon development. The city established the master plan Energiewende and climate protection. I think it's a very interesting experience where you can also learn from. We also have an international climate initiative that we are funding, and there we are especially promoting the design and the implementation of climate-friendly development and adaptation strategies for cities in developing countries and emerging economies. An excellent example of this is the so-called Cities Fit for Climate Change project that has been funded in 2015 and is already successful. The project supports one city in each of 3 countries, in Chile, South Africa, and in India, in adapting to climate change through work on tools such as development plans, for example. And these cities are also assisted in drawing up individual climate-friendly urban development models. This enables cities to enhance their residents' quality of life, and the climate also benefits at the same time, and I think that's what it's all about. On that note, I would like to welcome you all once again, and I hope there will be inspiring encounters during the day and interesting discussions. Thank you very much for coming here and listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maria Krausberger.
Our thanks
Now,
to Maria.
I'd like to give the floor to His Excellency Mohammed Yusuf Al-Awadi, the Ambassador of the United Arab Emirates to Peru and non-resident ambassador to Ecuador and Costa Rica. Excellency.
Tú.
Aquí nomás.
First things, I'd like to speak by Spanish,
Excelencia,
I speak
colegas,
by Arabic.
pero
And
tengo
all
que
translating with everybody they have. السيد نائب وزير الطاقة
Excellencies,
التجديدات
colleagues,
بيرو إكوادور السيدة رئيس
from the Bureau
البرنامج البيئي
of Ecuador,
السيدة مدير البرنامج
Sayyidah Mudir, yeah.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله
Y
وبركاته.
también extiendo my thanks to you for joining us today, and I would like to express my gratitude to our co-organizers, and especially generous host, Ecuador. We are honored to be here in Quito and see the adoption of the new urban agenda in its milestones and thank development and the unique opportunity to translate
الدولة
Agenda
المضيفة
2030
لإكوادور.
and the Paris Agreement to
إنه
the
لمن
local
دواعي
level,
سرورنا أن
where
نكون
so
هنا
much of their
في كيتو
implementation will
وأن نشهد
occur.
اعتماد جدول الأعمال الحضري
And
الجديد
we see that
الذي
this
يعد علامة
adoption
بارزة
of the
في
new
طريق
urban agenda is
التفكير
a
في تخطيط
milestone in
التنمية
thinking
وفرصة
of
فريدة
development
لترجمة
and a unique
جدول أعمال
opportunity to translate Agenda
2030
2030
واتفاقية
and the
باريس
Paris Agreement to the local level, where so much of their implementation will occur. We therefore, the knows firsthand insights matter and sustainable ambitions. We are of the most highly urbanized countries in the world, with over 300% of the population growth in the last 15 years in our cities. This dramatic change has also been accompanied by a booming economy and industrialization, and occurs against a backdrop of extreme aridity and high temperatures. We are therefore bring many messages to Quito for our national experience, from the importance in integrated resource planning and mandatory building codes to tolerance and inclusion. But I hope today that our messages in particular will be heard. At Habitat 2 in Istanbul, renewable energy, with the exception of some hydro, waste heat, and geothermal, was the stuff of science fiction. Even in 2009, when the UAE began pioneering investments in solar energy through its company Mazda and faced intense skepticism, both inside and outside our region, we heard it was too expensive, was unreliable, and couldn't handle dust. Today, renewable energy in the UAE is cheaper than in any other sources of electricity. In fact, that 3 months after the UAE hosted Habitat 3's preparatory meeting on sustainable energy, we set a world record low solar costs through international transparent reverse auctions, putting all solar almost 50% below the cost of natural gas for daytime generation. Just 3 months later, we broke our own record by 15% at 2.42 US cents per kilowatt hour. The cost revolution is a golden opportunity, and one that the Emirate cities are rapidly taking advantage of. We went from having a 10 megawatt solar plant in Abu Dhabi a few years ago to now having over 1,500 megawatts currently under development, with thousands more to come. The city of Dubai is aiming for 75% clean energy by 2050 and building infrastructure for electric vehicles, with a related goal to have 25% driverless transport by 2030. Companies are turning to renewables for their own power too. 2 weeks ago, without any subsidization, Dubai Ports announced plans for 88,000 solar rooftop installations, the largest ever rooftop project in an Arab city. We are seeing that the same value proposition globally too, for our projects in Pacific Island countries, to Minnesota to Mauritania, and including also wind as well as solar. Therefore, while hydrocarbons will remain critical for the global economy for many years, there is no question now that renewable energy is a compelling option for a huge and growing number of cities. It is a concrete opportunity to reduce energy costs, to create jobs, and to diversify the economy, all while supporting climate and environmental goals. We are truly delighted that the new urban agenda recognizes this opportunity, and I very much look forward to today's discussion of both completed urban projects and dreams for future renewable technology and policies in cities. For it, we have seen anything in the renewable energy industry. It is that dreams that come true very fast and that are most interesting so that we can continue in our efforts. So it's wonderful to see this new urban agenda that recognizes these new opportunities. And it is something that what we may discuss today may be of use for that. And we may complete urban projects and dreams that will lead us to renewable technologies in the future and the appropriate policies in the cities. And we have a great deal of aspects for renewable energy industry and possibilities, and perhaps that is something that makes our hopes that may become a reality quite soon, especially in these elements. So this is something that we are discussing locally and also at the global level to be able to share the information that we may have. And thus we will be able to continue with these renewable energies. And we trust that this will become a reality in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Now, please don't leave the room. May I call the Mr. Jose Medardo Cadena, Deputy Minister of Electricity and Renewable Energy, to the podium for a group picture, as well as Ms. Mary Krasberger, Ambassador Mohamed Yusuf Al-Awadi, and Ms. Elizabeth Press from the International Renewable Energy Agency. We're going to have a group picture of the organizing committee, the heads of delegation. So please, can you join the podium? Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Pasamos ahora a nuestra siguiente sesión, el primer diálogo interactivo en el que veremos el impacto que tiene la energía renovable en el desarrollo comprensivo de las ciudades.
Comprehensive development of cities. In the first place, I would like to call Mr. Renato Altic. Mr. Altic is a councillor of Naus Metropole. Could you please come up to the podium?
May I also call to the podium to Her Excellency Ambassador Decima Williams, Special Advisor to the President of the General Assembly of the United Nations on the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. It's a pleasure to have you here, Madam. May I also call to the podium Mr. Godfrey Baluku Kabyanga Kime, His Excellency, Mayor of Kasese in Uganda. I will also like to call to the podium Mr. Tony Basket, Excellency, Mayor of Santa Monica, United States of America, please, you're welcome. And finally, Mr. Roland Hunziker, Director of the Sustainable Buildings and Cities of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. Thank you so much.
Good. Okay, it's a great honor for me to lead this debate, and I see with this full room that this point, this link between the urban agenda and renewable energy, it's a key point if we want to reach all the targets. Maybe two or 3 points to introduce this debate. First, I want to highlight that the development of renewable energy in these last years, it's a great chance. It's a great chance, first, because we have seen the same last years, maybe the decreasing of climato-scepticism, but the increasing of climato-fatalism. The climato-fatalism is this idea that climate change is a very big problem, but there is nothing to do. Just to protect ourselves, protect in front of migrants, protect in front of the other territories. And tackle climato-fatalism is maybe one of the most important points of our common agenda. And if we want to tackle climato-fatalism, it's necessary to explain that there is a solution. And the first solution today is renewable energy. And I think it's a very important point. Second point, it's that, of course, and I'm sure that it's a consensus here, it's not just a question of climate. It's a question of development. And we have a common agenda today between the new urban agenda, the SDGs, and the climate action. It's the same agenda. And we want to explain that, of course, access to renewable energy permit to decrease CO2 emission, but permit development, permit education, and we want to explain more maybe this co-benefits. We organized in North 2 weeks ago now a big event, not so important that this event, of course, is here in Quito, but a big event with climate change. And the idea of this event is to have in the same moment all the non-state actors, not just local government. I represent local government in the climate negotiation, but a business group, NGO, trade union, to see what are our common message in this situation. And one of the most important message is the development of renewable energy. And in this message, we focus about 2 points. First, the question of finance. Access to finance to develop renewable energy, of course, is a key point today. And second, the necessity to have a territorial approach, to have a common strategy with local government. It's not a question of national strategy to develop renewable energy, it's always a question to mobilize local government. And the experience today of Germany, it's a good experience to see how, if we want to develop faster renewable energy, we need to mobilize citizens, non-state actors, and local government. So I termine to introduce this debate. I think that we are on the table some question about a new paradigm. Renewable energy is not the same paradigm that to have a centralized production of electricity, for example. How we do with this new paradigm at the local level, the question of distribution, the question of production, the question of the public and private sector, it's a key point. So, second point, of course, is how we mobilize new finance, and in a very short moment. I think this question is an important question for all the panelists, and how we explain more to citizens what we are doing, what we do this, what we invest in renewable energy. Of course, it's a large question, the development of renewable energy, but I know that with your experience, you have the solution, proposal to put on the table. And first speaker, it's Ambassador Decima William, who is UN Special Advisor for Implementation of the Sustainable Development Goal. I think you agree that it's the same agenda, SDG, climate, and new urban agenda.
Thank you very much. I was a little bit surprised at first. Let me begin by thanking the organizers, the governments of Germany, United Arab Emirates, and of course, Ecuador, and the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, for organizing this really important dialogue at this conference. I seem not to suffer from the altitude until I start to speak. My lungs are wondering where's the oxygen. So forgive me, I forget where I am. Honorable ministers, excellencies, mayors, other national authorities, ladies and gentlemen, and very importantly, young people, lots of students. I'm very happy to be in this historic city, the city of Sucre, your revolutionary leader, who is in the same era as Julien Fédon, my own revolutionary leader in Grenada. And this is a city that is #1 on the World Historical Calendar. It's really impressive. Thank you very much for being here for the adoption of the new urban agenda. Excellencies, achieving the Sustainable Development Goal, SDG #7, on energy can potentially transform the energy sector, the energy system, while helping to meet many other sustainable development goals, such as health, poverty alleviation, climate change, water and sanitation improvements, and of course, while helping to revitalize all our cities. Access to reliable, cost-effective, and environmentally sustainable modern energy services can have a multiplier development impact in both advanced and developing societies. You've already heard from Germany. Energy will be needed to meet nearly all of our development needs and our development goals, and has to be taken as an enabler of our sustainable development agenda. The new urban agenda has to be seen as the action plan for the implementation of the 2015 package of sustainable development commitments. If for no other reason, it is because cities are microcosms of whole countries. On average, cities are home to over 50% of the population. The other 50% in the world remain in rural areas, and most people, most poor people, migrating to cities remain strongly connected to their villages. Therefore, improvements in the lives of people in cities is an indirect support for the improvement of the lives of people in the rural areas. There will be no one left behind as a principle of sustainable development, therefore makes sense in this context. We fully recognize that the new urban agenda, its implementation, is a critical achievement that we must undertake. At least from my experience, I think I have seen, as I said, many poor who migrate to the cities continue to support their families in the rural sector, and therefore we must keep that linkage in mind. Cities are attractive and important because they genuinely improve people's lives, especially that of the poor. with the many opportunities that they present: better housing with electrification and refrigeration, more access to transportation, an improved quality of life overall. Women in particular are beneficiaries of an urbanization that works for all. But in fact, many people do not have access to the services and the improvements that cities offer. They remain trapped in the city, ashamed, and therefore unable to get that they're unable to get benefits, and therefore ashamed to return to their rural communities, or worse still, financially unable to do so. And so let us stress again that on achieving sustainable development for all. In the case of small island developing countries, where 65% of development is already on the coast, you can think of us as city-states, where people, economy, and infrastructure remain highly vulnerable to natural disasters, and of course to sea level rise from climate change, and to the high cost of the growing economy, in which we do not all benefit equally. And that includes the high cost of energy. SIDS are small island developing states, are highly dependent on imported energy for most of our consumption and production activities. Small island developing states, over 40 members of the United Nations, with the exception perhaps of Trinidad and Tobago, are all dependent on energy imports, and that remains a major constraint to sustainable economic growth and development, their net importing energy status. This high cost of energy, therefore, it imposes a constraint on governments, its expenditure, and of course, on society. With young populations who migrate to the urban areas to get employment, recreation, education, the challenges they face continue to increase. And therefore, the sustainable development of SIDS and many other low-lying and low-income countries, least developed countries, is dependent on this cost of energy. So let me quickly then tell you the story of what the SIDS have been undertaking. And it is also a story of partnerships, which is the goal number 17 in the Sustainable Development Goal. So as I said earlier, achieving energy sustainability, in fact, is a way to achieve so many other sustainable development goals, as you would hear, not least of which is partnerships goal number 17. In 2009, the Alliance of Small Island Developing States, AOSIS, established a renewable energy platform to transition from imported fossil fuel dependency for its member states to clean energy and more resilient development. In 2011, the government of Denmark provided this platform with its first contribution, a $14 million renewable energy and efficiency attainment grant. In 2013, Japan followed with a $15 million grant for the same purpose. Both of these contributions have been partnered with the World Bank, United Nations Development Program, as I said, in the expansion of partnership. And it has been, in fact, facilitated by IRENA as a platform for initial research and overall scaling up. Therefore, about 20 islands in the Caribbean, in the Pacific, in Africa, in the Mediterranean, and in the Indian Ocean, where they are SIDS members, have provided a pipeline of projects which are now going through the system. This renewable energy program to the island city-states has the potential to be a platform for communities to energize these island states by creating reliable domestic and regional sources of clean energy, and to create the energy-saving dividends to the central authorities as the energy import bill is reduced. From the policy point of view, some of these countries have had to open up their economies and therefore dispense with energy monopolies. In my own country, Grenada, this has been quite a controversial but exciting development. I'm going to fast forward a little as I see.
Yeah, because it's time to.
Yes, it's time for me to stop. There are other countries such as Seychelles that has changed its regulatory system, Mauritius, which is expanding its domestic renewable energy base at home. The impact of this goes beyond cities, as I have indicated. Let me just indicate quickly some of the areas for improvements. First of all, obviously, we are beginning now to cut costs from the central authorities, and that this could be invested in social development projects in other sectors. We've begun to decrease the risk from climate change because of the decrease of fossil fuel emissions. Thirdly, we have created a platform for the island states in order to engage on technology transfer, and we have seen the participation there of China with energy technology. We've opened up energy centers in Samoa and in Barbados. The Renewable Energy Initiative has also led to the creation of a Blue Guardian initiative with the Clinton Climate Initiative and the World Bank to improve marine and fishing conservation along with clean energy. And this is very important for island countries, as you can imagine. A fifth outcome is that the energy profile is now shifting so that to a totally generated clean energy, as the ambassador from the United Arab Emirates said. You know, we will not be able to suddenly stop the use of fossil fuels use in our national development, but the mix will change and the ratios will change. And importantly, as a final outcome, citizen-owned solar projects are emerging as small businesses as well as use in private homes. And this is having a major impact in empowering people, particularly, as I said, women, especially single heads of household. So I will keep the rest of my comments for discussion if it arises. I simply want to close by saying that the Sustainable Development Program, Sustainable Development Goals, which are going to be implemented in large measure by the new urban agenda, require all of our attention, and the United Nations is presenting ourselves as partners in this enterprise. We're encouraging those of you who can engage in financing the transition to clean energy. We remain grateful to IRENA, and we are in search of continuing partners in scaling up the development and health of cities. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we discuss, and you can stay seat, and we are in high altitude, it's a round table, and it's a debate between us. Mr. Mayor of Kasese, maybe two questions for you. First, of course, there is this important question of finance and capacity building. Do you think that you have the capacity today to develop renewable energy at the good level and in a short time? It's the second point. And maybe another point, it is the feeling of our inhabitants about this strategy about renewable energy. They support, they understand, they think, no, maybe it's too expensive, I prefer to conserve my old tradition for heating, for example. What is the feeling of your inhabitants? These two questions to open the debate.
Thank you very much. The Honourable Minister, I observe all protocol in the interest of time. I'm here to present a completely unique scenario of a low-developed country, and you will see the figures totally different. And I would also like to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak at this forum. I'm not disturbed with the altitude because I also stay at the equator. Uganda is in Africa and it is at the equator. And the equator passes through my town. So I'm very comfortable with Ecuador. And the people are nearly the same, very friendly. I think equator people are always friendly. The different scenario here is for Kasese City, 95% of the population depend on fuel wood for cooking. 95%. 88% of households use what we call the three-stone stove. And 17% of the population access electricity for lighting. 76% of the population depend on kerosene for lighting. That is now the different scenario, different from other cities. And 1 liter of kerosene produces around 100 metric tons of carbon. So you can see the scenario now. And for us, as Kasese, first of all, we stay at the highest mountain in Uganda, snow-capped throughout the year, with a lot of potential for renewable energy. Rivers are many. We have sunshine 12 hours in a day, 12 hours of sunshine. We have geothermal potential because we have hot springs. We are in a volcanic zone. So we saw the potential and we thought we should harness this potential of renewable energy. And that's why we came up with what we call the Champion District Initiative. We are the first district to come up with a strategy on clean renewable energy. First of all, to utilize the potential which is already there. And that potential was also disastrous. Whereas it is a source of energy, it was also disastrous. The rivers flood, the climate was changing. During the dry season, mountain fires. During the rain season, floods, which implies there is a problem in the atmosphere. Climate change effects. So one was to harness the potential. Two was to mitigate against climate change as fast as possible. Then we also had a cultural emotion. For us, we call ourselves Banyarwenzuru, which implies people of the snow, just like the Ecuadorians would call themselves. But the snow was disappearing very fast. And once it goes, then we shall have no identity, we shall have no name. So we have to protect it. And the only way is to mitigate against climate change and therefore clean renewable energy. So we came up with the Champion District Initiative, and we engaged the stakeholders, we engaged government, the private sector, civil society organization. This strategy, the clean renewable strategy, was just demand driven. It was out of what we had seen. And the first thing we have agreed on is to eliminate the kerosene candle by 2020. 100% access to renewable energy by 2020. And it's doing very well. All homes, those which can manage, should have standalone solar panels. Those which can't manage, they have solar lights for the night. We don't need a lot of light like here. For us, we need light when we want to eat. So we need light for only 2 hours. If we are eating at around 8 p.m., by 9 we have already finished eating and we already asleep and probably making more children. So that's why population in Africa is doing what? Is increasing very fast. So a solar candle is enough to give you light, and therefore you may not need a lot of light all the time. So what we did was to assure each and every home discards that candle and go into solar. Those homes which needed more lights, they would go solar panel. And then we are also, because we don't live in big towns like these ones, our populations are sparsely distributed. So we are going into mini solar grids of about 5 kilowatts, So we are setting up those mini solar grids to supply a minimum of around 120 homes. And the whole process is doing very well. And if I can go to the financing now, that is where we have a problem.
It's a surprise.
That's where we have a problem. You know, investment in energy, any sort of energy, is very, very expensive, capital intensive, and we're a poor country. So we are now lobbying for finances everywhere. And we are telling the developed world, you are polluting, we are cleaning. Because if you go to Beijing, you may not see your neighbor. Because of pollution, not because of fog. So since you are polluting, and me, I'm down there in Uganda cleaning, let us put our heads together and finance the cleaning. Because the world is one global what? One global atmosphere. Whatever I clean, you will enjoy it. So that's where we should go now. And then we also have a problem of capacity building. Capacity. At local government level, we don't have energy officers. We don't have. Not even an electrician is at a local government structure. The energy officers at central government level at the ministry. So we have problems, mainly developing and checking all these technologies. You have to look for someone from the center to come and check the technologies. Even coming up with this strategy, it was a question of a combination of private sector and then civil society organization. Actually, WWF Uganda, sponsored by WWF Denmark, assisted us into putting together the strategy, because for them they had the expertise. So that one is a very big problem, if I can really answer that question. And what about people looking at it as being very expensive?
Because the time is
yes, being expensive. I think you have to choose between the floods, which will destroy your home in only 30 seconds, and then a clean environment that will have good climate that will keep your home for centuries. That is the biggest thing. Two, when you calculate the amount of kerosene someone uses, it is cheaper to go solar. Because if you bought a solar light, say about $10, it can take you for even a year. The only thing, you take it outside to charge, and at night you have light. But look at buying kerosene, a liter per week, and each liter is about $1. How much is that? So we are also going into public awareness. I think that's also another where we have problems. Public awareness. People to accept clean renewable energy. Not only solar, but other renewable energies. And using other energies like biogas and the like. That's where we have to go. And that's where we need support. So to me, I feel, let us put our heads together. Even now, that mini grid which we put up, and the ones who want to put up, we are soliciting for finances, and we are getting good subsidies from government to encourage the private investors to be attracted to the business. And then also the feed-in tariff. We are pushing government. That's why I came here to appeal to the international organizations and multinationals to put pressure on our governments to really work on the feed-in tariff, because that is the biggest problem we have right now in our country. To me, I just came to tell you that please, if you want a clean environment, I'm cleaning it down in Uganda, which you are polluting in the West. And therefore, you should join hands and support me, and we continue cleaning the environment so that you live a better life, and I also live a better life. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now the city of Santa Monica. The city of Santa Monica is famous everywhere in the world. Maybe one of the city most engaged, mobilized in energy transition in America. And maybe the question is that why it's possible to have this transition in Santa Monica, and why it's so difficult in other territories or cities in America? Well, what is the meaning of Santa Monica action and policies?
I think we wanted to get more of a dialogue going here, right? So I won't stand up and give you a speech here, but in Santa Monica, we had a revolution that took place in 1979. Prior to that, the city was run basically by the chamber, community, and the council was pretty much in bed with them. So there wasn't much creativity. And then in 79, 79% back then of our residents are tenants. So when they had this rent control revolt and basically took over the city government, it was those creative minds that came together and started they were a lot more progressive and sustainable. And we were doing sustainable policies back in the 80s, 90s, before people even thought about global warming. I participated in that first as an elected official, as a council member then, in 1992, I believe it was, in Toronto, when we began this whole discussion on a global, really pretty much sphere, which then led into the whole issue of the big forum that took place in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. And now here we are again, meeting for I think the fourth time now. And for us, we've been trying to shorten or reduce our carbon footprint ever since. We set a goal to 2015 that we exceeded by 5%, and now we're shooting forward to try to be carbon neutrality, hopefully by 2050, but I think we're gonna get a lot sooner, and primarily because there's a lot of forward thinking on the staff and the elected officials. All our fleet and our bus line that we currently have is on CNG, and we hope to be totally electric with our bus transportation in the next couple of years. And the other thing we've been doing is that at the beginning, at the outset, it wasn't very affordable to require solar panels on residential development, but now it has come down. There's a lot of rebates, and we're actually requiring it because there is a lot out there for residents and the commercial end. So I think that's going to also help us in terms of reducing our carbon footprint. The other thing that I think is real key for us, or has been, is this photovoltaic. We've been doing a lot on that front with our water as well. We hope to be self-sufficient in terms of water. Right now, we still import about 25% of our water, but we're building more capacity and water storage in the city. We do a lot in terms of just capturing our urban runoff to try to maintain and not let the water run it back into the ocean, and that's been pretty successful as well. And I think it's just a lot of those things that we've been doing, including recycling in several fronts and creating different mobilities for people to move around. We started a Breeze program, which was a bicycle program. We have about 500 bikes scattered throughout the city where people could just check into a bicycle and pedal around town. We're only 8 square miles, the city. Unlike the city of LA, which is huge, which surrounds us, we have a difficult and a tougher time trying to become more carbon neutral. But we've been sharing a lot of our successes with them and some of the other neighboring cities. And one of the things we're hoping to do and is possibility. Right now, Edison is our biggest provider for electricity, and we've actually tried to get off of that grid, and we're looking to come together in a coalition with a couple of our neighboring cities like Culver City, Beverly Hills, West Hollywood, Malibu, and create our own energy source that would be separate from the Edison, the big corporation that actually hasn't been that efficient for us, and I don't believe is even moving in the right direction in terms of becoming carbon neutral.
And maybe you understand me. We know that your city was a pioneer. You see that the awareness of this necessity to decrease CO2 emission, to be a neutral increase in America. You share your experience today. What is your feeling about the evolution in America, in other cities?
In other cities, in terms of the carbon neutrality? You know, we're getting a lot of support. We're part of a consortium that includes about 8 different smaller cities outside of Los Angeles, which is the big gorilla in California, basically. And we've actually had quite a bit of success with it. And I think what you're going to see here in the future as we move forward with all our goals, at least in terms of becoming carbon neutral, I think you're going to see at least probably 2 or 3 out of the 8 hit that goal. And I think it's because the leadership and the elected officials that have been coming into power understand it and realize that we could be an example or a model to shop around the world.
And you think your inhabitants are proud with this policy and action in your city?
Sorry,
inhabitants are proud with, are very concerned, think that it's very good to do that?
Yeah, I think the residents, the community has been very active, and we have very active groups like the Sierra Club and other environmental groups, not only in the city, but throughout Southern California and California in the northern part as well, that have been very active and have put a lot of political pressure, I think, on a lot of electeds. And that's been helpful too, for people to understand, the consumer to understand the importance of it.
Okay, thank you. It's the opportunity to say that we can be optimistic. It's possible to have an action at the good level, and this dynamic between cities, and not just between big cities. It's very important to highlight that the question of small and middle city is a key point if we want to win this battle. We have not a lot of time, and just some question for you. You are Director of Sustainable Building and City OWB CSD. We have some good example now, but maybe one question is, we know that business prefer big operation with big money, with big return of investment. And we see that a lot of example with microfinance, we need a few dollars to pay a photovoltaic panel, and if business company evolve to understand that it's necessary to have a lot of possibility, a lot of proposal, and not just a big proposal for big cities or big company. You see this evolution?
Thank you. I'll get up because otherwise some of you can't see me. Just briefly, I represent a private sector voice here. So the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, we're a global CEO-led association, and we believe in making more sustainable companies more successful and working towards a world in which 9 billion people live well within the limits of the planet. So that's our organization. In this whole debate on decarbonization, we are very, very active, and we have many of our companies that are active in this area. And I think just the first message for me is we always need to think energy efficiency and renewable energy. And I'm very happy that the report that we're looking at today stresses that very strongly, as well as the IEA constantly putting that out. And I think if we look at the strategies of cities also, it is obviously two sides of the same coin. We have to address energy efficiency and renewable energy. We see that today renewable energy is clearly cost competitive, so the barriers have come down. It is reliable, and it brings a lot of co-benefits. So yes, we're addressing the climate change issue, but we're creating jobs, creating energy security and lower air pollution. So I think all that goes a long way to make the business case for it. But what we need today is the acceleration. So a lot of good things are happening, but maybe to your point, we really need to scale up and get to larger volumes. And obviously that's where the business interests again are for large companies. So they work on their own footprint, but also on their opportunities. And we see that we need new business models. And one example we're currently working on are the power purchasing agreements. And that's also an attractive opportunity for cities, obviously, to really aggregate the demand and have large-scale programs on renewables. But also, obviously, finance, the barriers to finance, and that is mainly to de-risk investments. There's a lot of need for the communication to happen between the more technical side and the finance side. And it's the same for energy efficiency and renewable energy. And I'm always a little bit split myself. I run our energy efficiency in buildings program, and our renewable energy side is run by colleagues. So we often have these discussions, who should go first. But I would say both have challenges still today in terms of the finance and making that case for the de-risking. I argue energy efficiency is still the harder one, but both have challenges. And then obviously the market integration, and I think that's where we see a huge potential for more decentralized solutions as well. And I think just the example I've heard, really different communities coming together and saying, how do we solve the issues of renewable energy in our market? And their technology is helping us increasingly through smart grids, but also eventually, how can consumers or people who have excess energy themselves, how can they enter into contracts directly with others? Maybe even not going through the utility, but really starting to create those local markets, which can be resilient, they can be renewable, and they can really create local employment as well. So there's good potential on that side. Trying to address your question, so yes, I think the aggregation is an important issue, so that we can see from the business side also clarity of the signals in terms of investment, where they can really play a role. And just to close on the city side, and I think that's really where I really like this report, thank you very much, it will be a reference for me as well in our work. It's really case by case. Every city is different. I think that's here very clear. So it really needs the collaboration between the stakeholders. And we're running a business platform. Our companies believe in that collaboration. We really need to work collaboratively with cities and the citizens to sort these issues. So I'm very pleased with the two examples we've heard. I think they're both showing at your level how you're creating the business case for the citizens, for the businesses to really engage that. We're currently working in one of your sister cities in California, in San Diego, to bring the business community to support the climate action plan that was passed last year, to really bridge that currently still gap, that there is really a common understanding how we can reach that. So hopefully these messages are useful, and maybe we still have time for a couple questions or debates.
Yes, thank you. We have no time. I apologize because there is place for debate for all the day or all the week. But I understand a lot of things. First, we need to have this territorial approach to mobilize at the local level all the non-state actors to have this dynamic between NGO, citizen, business, and elected people. We must work about finance, and maybe we must work about how we create mixity between subsidy, guarantee, loan, and business model. It's a key point for the next year, and we must work about this point, and we must continue to have this dynamic. And with that, we have always the capacity to tackle climate change. We have a tool for sustainable development, and now it's time for action. Thank you.
you very much. Muchas gracias.
Thank you
Vamos a
very much.
pasar inmediatamente a la sesión número 1. Session number 1 is going to start
Session
now,
number
entitled
1.
Cities Leading the Way, What Have We Achieved? I would like to invite to the podium to Ms. Monica Zimmerman, Deputy Secretary General of ICLEI, who will be leading the session. Ms. Elizabeth Press, Director of Planning and Program Support of IRENA. She will give us a scenario. And for the interactive dialogue, we will still keep Mr. Tony Vasquez in the podium, Mayor of Santa Monica, and we will make sure that you get some extra fresh water, because you probably need it. We are also very pleased to have Ms. Janet San, Deputy Mayor of the City of Barcelona for Ecology, Urban Planning and Mobility, as well as Ms. Tania Rodiger-Borberg, Vice President of REN 21. You're welcome to join the podium. Thank you.
Yes, but I...
Nobody's speaking Spanish,
I think Barcelona, Deputy Mayor. So, welcome to that session. We are now focusing on cities, local governments, regional governments, which partially have been discussed already. Hello.
Hello. Yeah, okay.
Welcome. Yeah, we had before.
Yes, we have.
We have, but not today. So my name is Monica Zimmermann. I am Deputy Secretary General of ICLEI, Local Governments for Sustainability, and among our so-called 10 urban agendas is one which is low carbon development, and a very high preference within that we of course give to 100% renewable energy. So we motivate local governments to be very ambitious towards 100% renewable energy, and we have created a network for that as well. And I must say, I was not involved in the selection of the speakers, but I'm proud to say that they are all in ICLEI since many years. So, the goals of that session now is to discuss what the cities can do, and we discuss how they can lead, and so there is no wonder that we have lead cities which have been in that field active for many years, and which are now giving good examples, and I think we will discuss these in a few minutes. One of the panelists, the Mayor of Bonn, will join us a little bit later, so he is still in another session at the moment. We are going to start with Elizabeth Press. Just a second, I'll bring you here, to give us some encouraging introductory remarks. We are then having a little discussion among or with the local government representatives, and we hope that time will allow also that you can ask the one or the other question. We will then have Tania Rodiger-Borberg to speak towards the end, and we hope that there is still time for a little summary. As we now have started a bit later, I hope that you accept and support that we are also having this session then for 15 minutes longer, so that we can enjoy the presentations and the presence of all these panelists here. So, please, Elizabeth.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Elizabeth Press, and I'm from International Renewable Energy Agency. For those of you who don't know, we are the very last, I believe, global international agency. We have about 170 countries involved in our work, with about 150 of them ratifying members. Today we are releasing a report on cities, and it's really our first detailed work on cities. And there was a number of reasons why we decided to do so, in part because our member countries asked us to do it. We know that energy demand is growing everywhere, but in cities it's going to be the largest. And some colleagues before were talking about the numbers and what it means. I don't want to go into detail on the report because I think in the interest of time, it's much more interesting that we have a discussion, especially when we have people from cities here. But I just want to provide a few highlights. What is different today, what was not here 20 years ago when we had the first habitat? we know that urban areas are growing. We know that we looked at about 3,600 cities. In our report, we analyzed bottom-up 3,600 cities, and looked at what is it what are the patterns, how does it work, what is the energy use pattern, and how it's going to project in the future. So we first found out that about 30% of growth in use will come in these cities due to the development that's going to happen in coming years. The second thing is that everybody is different, and so it doesn't really matter, where they are. And there's a density of population, there is a climate conditions, there is a level of development. There is so many parameters around it. Everybody is different, but one thing they have in common: there is always a solution. There is a renewable energy solution for each one of them. Sometimes it comes from solar and wind, sometimes it comes from hydro, sometimes from biomass, waste to energy. There's so many options that exist today. They're cost effective, they're available to everybody, and they need to be harvested. And we have heard many of them are using already these opportunities. And to sort of consider what is the best way to approach it, we need to look at what are the clusters of opportunities. One is the power sector. We all know that is moving, that is changing. There is a generation issue. There is a utilization issue. So we are all talking about the prosumers, very popular word which I don't like, but the people who have their solar panels and they're feeding into grid. There's so many things happening already changing in the terms of distribution and generation. But there is also specific things that happen in cities that are different to anywhere else. We know traditionally majority of cities do not have a control over their energy generation, and now that is a little bit different. So let us start with sector by sector. The building sector, for instance, majority of mayors have full control over building codes. There's so many things that can happen at the building level, and many of them are using opportunities to change it. Starting with efficiency, because we know unless we curb the demand, we're never going to catch up. So the building codes, and I know we've heard from Santa Monica, and I'm sure it's going to come again, speaking about what can be done in building codes. The second sector is transportation, mobility. Again, a lot of electrification happening all over the world, but it has to come from renewable energy. Unless it comes from clean sources, we are kind of chasing ourselves in circles. And the third part, which is becoming much more prominent, and you're going to see some of it in our report, is that there is a creative system solutions. We cannot anymore look at these incremental little things, a solar panel here and small hydro there. We have to look at systems. We have to look how these sectors all fit together and how can we achieve efficiency and use innovation to advance, to change the future of the city structure, the way that we produce, use, and develop energy. And here, mayors have a lot to do. There is a lot of opportunities to advance it. We have in our report highlighted some of the key areas that can be utilized at the city level. I do not want to go through them because we have people here who can speak on that issue, but I encourage you to read and maybe disseminate with those who are not here with us today. So I would rather hand over to Monica and have us discuss a little bit in more detail with our colleagues on the panel how we can advance this further. Thank you. I'll sit over there.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. We are very grateful and happy and appreciate that report. IRENA and ICLA, we have been working together for a while, and you can also find on IRENA's website a series of case studies on what local governments are really doing in the field of renewable energy. So I think I encourage you to look on the website and learn more about cities next to those which we are now going to hear. So I would like to start with Janet Sanch. You have, and please stay there, and we are now looking into policies, not necessarily technologies, but as Elizabeth just said, the political leaders are needed for the policy development. And you are deputy mayor of Barcelona, one of the leading cities in the world, not only on renewable energy, but on good urban development as such. And I understand from your political background that you are close to civil society, so you certainly can also help us to get insights on how to get it together, how to get the majorities for this innovative work. The Barcelona ordinance, you might remember some years ago, was in all top media. And many cities have copied this approach of the Barcelona ordinance. Just tell us briefly, please, what it is.
Thank you very much, Mónica. Yo haré mi intervención en castellano porque así me puedo expresar con más agilidad, si no os importa. Como decía Mónica, ¿no? En Barcelona hace ya años una ordenanza, ¿no? que de alguna forma trabaja puesta por las energías renovables.
In renewable energy, very concretely in photovoltaic energy. And it's true, I would like to share with you that Barcelona wish we would have bet on renewable energy since long ago, because we have the vice legislation on betting on renewable energy, I was saying. And somehow we have worked with governments. Un momentito, mejor que pare, mejor que pare. Mejor que pare porque no, we cannot interpret the signal is cutting off. We would have liked to find a government to our side that would favor and would bet on renewable energy, but quite the contrary. It has met a government that does a legislation and bets on renewable energy. Okay, she has said it for the third time. And therefore, I think that this has generated a possibility where the cities, particularly in Spain, are not leading, betting on renewable energy, but now have to look somehow for some space in order to be able to introduce public policies that challenge the legislation that is enforced in all the Spanish state. Different to what is proposed out of common sense, but also from a perspective of emergency and urgency in terms of climate change. Cities have come to realize that we want to be part of the solution. We don't want to only deal with the problem in regards to emissions, and it happens very much in Barcelona in regards to what we call energy poverty. There's areas of Catalonia who has around 7 million people where 10% of the population has no access to such a basic right. That is the possibility of heat up water, be able to light, illuminate their homes, the streets, etc. So Barcelona has said, and as Monica said, not only through ordinances that promote in a voluntary fashion the action of citizens as well as betting in favor of good building techniques, but there has to be decisive public action that makes the transition towards renewable energy, a transition that sets aside fossil fuels. Yes, it's a cross-cutting perspective, and from the area that I have a privilege of leading, I think we can carry out concrete actions, cost-cutting actions regarding public transportation, regarding using cable cars, and also to bet on energy provision to the city. We have many buildings that consume practically around 50-60% of energy consumption of the city of Barcelona. Transportation takes care of the other 40. Therefore, these are two sectors where we are prioritizing our actions. We believe that Barcelona should double its capability in generating renewable energy. So, we're acting not only in the public arena, for example, in public buildings and equipping in schools. And on this area, we began a photovoltaic project for this generation. But we're also achieving the participation of the private sector. Right now, there's some assistance so that people can use this. We're also attempting from the urbanistic perspective to specify vulnerable areas in order to be able to act in these buildings. Therefore, from public action, we mobilize resources so that we can find elements, photovoltaic units, and different other means so that we can guarantee the right to energy. Because these are spaces that demand a lot of energy and also public transportation. But I think that particularly there's a context that I mentioned at the beginning. The element, the Spanish state, because I think it's an anomaly in Europe, even I would dare to say at worldwide level. that the state goes against renewable energy while it favors the oligopolies, the presence of large, huge companies in the energy sector. Therefore, we have a system where it's very difficult to produce and to consume at the same time. It's very difficult because generation is separated from distribution and from commercialization. We right now, legally speaking, are also attempting to analyze the cracks, the gaps that the legal system has in order to have a set of norms with the participation of citizens, a very demanding citizens in terms of recuperating control over energy. Also, it's willing to bet on energy to guarantee all people an adequate provision and reasonable prices. Gracias, senador.
Introduction into what you are doing, but we come back to Barcelona. Is anyone here in the room who comes from a city which also has a solar ordinance, maybe developed with the model of Barcelona? I'm pretty sure, because a lot of Latin American cities have copied that. Maybe you are not aware, which already indicates how much work still has to be done to include the broad public. But it looks as if there is one city, Santa Monica, which has a similar solar ordinance. I do not know if you were earlier or if you were looking a little bit what Barcelona was doing. So Tony, how does it work in Santa Monica?
What year did you start yours? ¿Qué año comenzó? ¿Qué año comenzaron ustedes? Sí. Oh, sí. Yeah, if it was 2003, we've been doing it since the late 80s and up through the 90s. It wasn't as strong as it is now, though. For example, you mentioned codes and ordinances we can do on new construction. It isn't until the 90s and the 2000s that we actually started to make it a little bit stronger, the code in terms of creating the photovoltaic panels as well as solar panels on both residential and commercial, which gives you that opportunity to reduce your carbon footprint by quite a bit. For example, our growth, our city, we're about 93,000 people, and we haven't grown much. We've grown maybe about 8,000 or 9,000 over the last 30 years, but our daytime population is about 300,000 because we have a lot of tourism and we have a lot of business. We're Silicon by the beach now, so there's a lot of high-tech folks that are setting up shop in Santa Monica. But at the same time, our carbon footprint has shrunk. And primarily because as we're seeing people, for example, their hotels, as they renovate them, it gives you the opportunity with your new ordinances that we passed for them to come online with tankless water heaters, for example, that are not wasting so much energy, to put solar panels on the rooftops, and to also become more water efficient with tankless, zero water in the toilets that's happening. And in the city ourselves, our city hall, we're adding an extension to our city hall. It's a little annex we're building on, and that new annex that's going to come online in about 3-4 years is going to be zero in terms of carbon neutrality. And it's because of we're taking the leadership. It's going to cost us a little bit more because we're going to go out a little bit further to show an example to the business community, especially the hotel industry, that in fact you can rebuild a larger facility and become more energy efficient at the same time.
So the solar ordinances apparently is something what affects the private people. It's not only what the municipalities do for themselves, it affects the private people. So you oblige them to do something, maybe in different ways. Do you see that as already being one of the main sources of your success? Or has this also a type of motivating, initiating element which allows you then to go much further? Maybe Janet, very briefly. Let's try to have brief answers so we have more questions also.
Well, real quickly, in many of our cases, our hotels want to increase their capacity. They want to go larger. They want to be taller. And what we're telling them as we create these DAs, these development agreements, the new ones, is that we're allowing them to go a little bit higher in exchange for them to become more efficient. And then we could require, to make sure that they do the full solar panel on the rooftops and become more water efficient at the same time.
So, I understand.
That's the trade-off.
no building permission without being in agreement with the ordinance.
Yes,
That's a very strong instrument, right?
it is.
Does it completely work in Barcelona? Do you fully implement? Can you make sure that everybody who is subject of that is really obeying?
Yo creo que las ordenanzas que no y toda la legislación que podemos desarrollar sí que de alguna forma incrementa, ¿no?, la participación por parte de la gente a la hora de desarrollarlas, pero vemos que depende mucho del poder adquisitivo, depende mucho de la voluntad y por eso es necesario acompañar esas iniciativas, no solo impulsar normativa que obligue, ¿no?, que facilite que cada vez que hay una nueva rehabilitación, una nueva construcción se implique, ¿no?, el poner o se obligue el poner una serie de actuaciones, sino cómo actuamos en lo que tenemos una ciudad además ya mayoritariamente construida, está hecha Barcelona, entonces solo desde la rehabilitación, ¿no?, y solo desde esta actuación, y aquí implica pues un trabajo en el que muchas veces pues, realmente nos estamos encontrando que solo los convencidos tiran hacia adelante. Entonces ahora hay que dar un paso más allá, que con las ordenanzas y que con todo el trabajo estamos implementando, pero que hace falta iniciativa pública que esté detrás acompañando esas actuaciones.
So we certainly understand that the ordinances is one element in a much bigger policy, and we are going to the other elements of that policy in a minute. But maybe there is the one or the other question from your side on the either how it works or on the impacts of it. Do we have a microphone? No, otherwise it's not translated.
Hola.
Please briefly say your name and your
Yeah,
function.
hello, bueno, mucho gusto. Soy Santiago Sánchez, soy presidente de la Asociación Ecuatoriana de Energía Renovable y Eficiencia Energética. Quito tiene una ordenanza solar que se emitió a poco menos de un mes. Es decir, si uno quiere construir un edificio en Quito, el municipio le permite hacer 2 pisos más si es que tiene algún tipo de energía renovable o eficiencia energética. Lamentablemente yo no tengo esa ordenanza, parece que están elaborando, entonces más bien la consulta sería cómo pueden ustedes, cuál ha sido la experiencia en medir o evaluar si es que ese estudio tiene la calificación de eficiencia energética o de energías renovables, porque lamentablemente un ingeniero puede presentar un informe pequeño que diga
an engineer or an architect can present a report and say this is the result of a study and definitely it's renewable. Do you have an authority? Do you have somebody qualifying this? How does it work in your countries?
So, how to measure? Maybe
Yes,
one second
comment.
question, if there is one.
I think I understand the question correctly, because, for us, we're a built-out city like Barcelona mentioned earlier, but one of the luxuries we have in Santa Monica is everybody wants to build in Santa Monica. Frank Gehry came to me, and you know, the famous architect, he's got this corkscrew hotel he wants to build, but he wants it like 22, 23 stories on our Ocean Boulevard Avenue, and it's not going to happen. And I told him, he was a little disappointed. People came up to me, this is Frank Gehry. I said, I don't care who he is. At the end of the day, if it's not efficient, it's not going to happen. And in this case, he was just going too much. And when we're talking about most of our hotels that are trying to reinvent themselves or rehab themselves, we're only talking in most cases 2 or 3 stories above what they currently have in their footprint now. So maybe a 10-story Holiday Inn that exists now that wants to go 12 stories or 13 stories. The exchange is that they have to be carbon neutral, and that they could do it through solar panels and also through becoming more water efficient. Because many of those old hotels that we have, we're wasting a lot of water.
Janet?
Sí, en el caso de Barcelona, con la ordenanza solar que se implementó entre el 2002 y el 2003, principalmente lo que se obligaba a las rehabilitaciones
2003, and with regards to new construction, the idea was to make sure that sanitary hot water would be generated with renewable energy. The problem, and of course later on we implemented the solar ordinance a little bit farther ahead, but we never did anything about raising a building higher than it is. There was an obligation therefore there was not a counterpart. What we have come to realize throughout the year is that nobody did maintenance, nobody ensured that would be interconnected. They just went up, we went up to the roofs, and we found that they were not connected. So it's important to work in maintenance of all these with the neighbors, with communities, not only to implement them, but also so that those that are already there continue. The reality is that we had bet, politically speaking, in an important sector. The construction sector has also bet on it, and but nothing in regards to the daily usage. I think that is the challenge. It has to do with maintenance, with follow-up. We have an instrument, the cities. These are the technical blueprints and documents for building. But we have come to realize that buildings are not adequate, or they do not present all documents. We're also working with builders, with architects, with the technical people, with the unions involved in a collective space in order to think what the instruments would be that would allow us to take action. And one of the things that we have proposed is generating technical people. For example, one that can be in the public houses and one that can be in the area of equipping. We have the offices of housing, and therefore people can address this person. He should be a technical, or she a technical person. We have also generated another project for people who go home by home, door by door, in order to measure the energy consumption of people, make some proposals about energy efficiency. That is, providing advice through neighbors themselves, through the societies, and particularly through all the unions in the energy sector as well as in the construction sector of the city.
Part of the debate by saying what you need first is a certain responsibility on the local level. Here it's the building permissions, and of course the land or the wish of many to build more. So this is the one point. And secondly, you need a local government which is willing to use that responsibility. And I think that makes the difference, that these local governments have decided to use it while many others do not yet use these policy instruments. I would now like to look, is there any other area? Now we discussed more the buildings. Elizabeth was mentioning there's of course various areas where we can promote renewable energy and energy efficiency. What other area have your two cities started to act in where you also employ your locally available instruments to change infrastructure or behavior?
You know, I think the key thing for us, along with the actual construction piece, is mobility. You know, we used to have two trains come through, one through the city of Santa Monica, the other one real close in Venice along LA, and both of them were ripped out back in the, I guess it was one of them was, both in the 50s. And it was primarily because of corporate interest. Goodyear Tire and the auto industry ripped out trains, the tracks that we had. And it isn't until just last year that we actually brought one of the trains back that actually now connects the city of LA to the beach of Santa Monica, which is about a 15-mile run. So now people, because we're, like I mentioned, we're a job center that doesn't have enough housing for the workforce because the land cost is so expensive in Santa Monica. So many of our folks that work in the service industry, that have to take public transportation now, or had to drive a vehicle, have an alternative. They actually have a train that comes in from downtown that'll take you all the way into Santa Monica. And vice versa, for those of us that live in Santa Monica that want to get downtown with our freeways that are impacted so greatly right now, it gives you another opportunity to jump on a train and get to downtown at a reasonable time and be actually better in terms of the environment, in terms of reducing our carbon footprint. And then bicycles. We've done a real good job of just creating a lot of bike lanes throughout the city. Some of them are probably not as safe as I'd like to see them, but we're trying to work with that. But at the same time, we have like 500 bicycles scattered throughout the city. So it's pretty easy for people when they get off the train, or if they're already at their place of work, to jump on a bicycle and run an errand without jumping into a vehicle.
So we declare biking as using a source of renewable energy. Makes sense, yeah, so why not? So, and I think we have a similarity and a difference between the two cities now. Both are ambitious in mobility, but Barcelona has its tram system for ages. I think you never gave it up. So my question is, how do you make sure that the energy, the electric energy, what you use for the trams and the other means, is from renewable energy? Do you make sure, and how, if so?
This is the problem, Mónica.
Okay, that's why I ask.
No, nosotros no podemos asegurar ahora mismo que la producción energética renovable nos sirva.
Renewable energy will be used to be able to assist in mobility. We have a very serious problem with private mobility that related to the consumption and the dependence on oil fuels. And what we are attempting to do now is somehow change this model so we can generate that most of the transport is public and collective transport. Evidently, with Santa Monica, the proposals that are being given there and what we are seeing here, they will generate a public surface transport buses that work much better. We are developing an 8-phase network implementing that these buses should be electric and trying to generate that connection between the production of renewable energy that we are implementing and developing and doubling that capacity to be able to use it also with the public lighting of the city, of public transport, etc. The matter is the production of one and another, so we must have our own development to be able to connect these energies. Another one of the bets that we are developing is, for example, to establish an infrastructure that was interrupted some time ago that connects the 9 municipalities of the metropolitan area of approximately 2 million persons. And this is the tramway. As we were mentioning, this is an infrastructure that works with electricity that is quite comfortable, very agile, speedy, and it is connected only in the connections and the central area. This does not allow this connectivity. So we are now developing this project with the purpose of being able to have these things duly linked so that there should be electrical renewable energies, and only with the proposal of the electric vehicle we will not be able to face other challenges that we have with reference to the status and also for community elements. Also the matter of lighting, we have to change the logic of mobility, especially with a perspective of public mobility of a collective nature.
So we could say
Entonces,
summary is that you need to integrate different policy approaches. You cannot just promote, let's say, the use of electric energy for mobility here on the one side without making sure that this then also comes from renewable energy. So that is certainly a challenge to many actors, where, of course, in many national conditions, the local government is not always the one who can take the final decision. So you need other policy instruments then also to get around with your national governments or with the private providers. I would like to involve Tanja now in that discussion as well. Tanja Rödiger-Vorwerk, she is director in the Federal German Ministry for Development Cooperation, just to say it in brief. But she is also here in a second capacity as the vice president of REN21. And REN21 is now looking into these national policies a lot. And what would you tell us, how would, from a national policy point of view, these local governments are supported in what they are telling us as their innovative approaches?
Well, good afternoon. Yes, REN21, I don't know if everybody of you knows that, is a unit which is looking into the data of how renewable energy increases worldwide. And they deliver every year a so-called status report, which is really interesting. It is available on the website, and you can see that over the last decade, the increase in renewables is enormous in every sector. But on the other hand, we can see that the need for energy is even larger. So it is not the result that the increase in renewable energy delivers a world without biofuel or other energy resources. It's on the other hand, the demand is increasing so much that every kind of energy resource must be needed to deliver the energy we need. So what does this mean for global politics, for national politics? It means in a way that we have to speed up in any way. So if the need is so large because population is increasing that large, because I'm concentrating at the moment on the issue of mobility and logistics because it's so central for several politic fields. We have to look into how can we connect our knowledge from, for example, the mobility area, the city knowledge, and the national policy knowledge to speed up more integrated approaches. And as far as I see it, I'm very happy, Daniela, that IRENA has delivered, Elizabeth, that IRENA has delivered its first report looking into the issue of urbanization, and the last REN21 report has a new chapter which also delivers knowledge data about cities development. And for me it's a signal that the knowledge on the national level and the knowledge on the local level somehow comes together, and that's needed. I've been working for 5 years in a large city in Germany, and I know the perspective is so different, and it's amazing what cities are doing, really, it's amazing. You have to struggle with so many challenges. And on the other hand, we on the national level, we can work on regulations in a large scale, and I think we do that. But at the moment, there's a situation where we see as much as we do, it's not enough. So I feel we have to think about how can we speed up in every field.
So good news and bad news at the same time. Good news that the share of renewable energies or the amount of renewable energy used is increasing, and bad news is that the overall energy demand is increasing even further. So the gap might widen. That brings me to the question to you, Tanja. What can the national governments really do to provide the framework conditions to enable local governments to do more? So you have a minute time to reflect that question, which allows me to welcome Ashok Sridharan, the Lord Mayor of the city of Bonn. He works as Lord Mayor in Bonn since a year, and since earlier today he also acts as the first Vice President of ICLE. He was elected this morning, so congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
That means now, it could be a hard time for you, Ashok, now, because he's now not only representing one city of Bonn, but actually a network of cities of 1,500. But you get some time to learn what they are all doing. So we are not asking too precise questions and focus on Bonn today. We just continue and involve you soon, yeah? So we were just asking Tanja, as a representative of REN21 and of a national government, what are the instruments, what are the real policies what national governments can do to not only support renewable energy as such, but that the local level can generate and use more? Which incentives should national governments give? Which laws do we need?
Well, the incentives are within the city itself, I think. If you want to have a city which is livable, which is in motion, and where there is welfare and economic activity, then you have to deliver a city which is transformative in a way on the energy side, on the housing side, on the integrated mobility system side, and it is very difficult to set incentives. I feel you can set supportives. You can set supportives for the cities, because I feel every city has different challenges and demands, and it has to be tailor-made. What is the right way and the path for this city? So the national government can set some targets. We want the country or the city to reduce energy use something, however target, and we can set targets on other issues. But the way how to deliver, I would say it's very dangerous if the national level makes this much more concrete, because the knowledge is on the city level, and we can only see the overall development.
Okay, I think we should come back to that question later, because what we actually have is 3 representatives of cities which all come from a national circumstances, even from federal states, where a lot of power and responsibility is given to the local level. That's why I said earlier, you can make a solar ordinance. We have a lot of cities which are even not allowed to or not able to do something like that. So I think the national framework conditions has to be discussed. Also, we are now focusing on the lead cities and all what they do and how they, let's say, inspire others with knowledge and with real action. Ashok, to involve you, give us some examples, please, why renewable energy is so important for Bonn, and also actually what Bonn is doing, because the others had given their examples earlier.
Okay, I'm sorry, I guess I'm a bit late, but due to the meetings going onwards this morning, I'm glad to be here now. Renewable energy is very important for Bonn, because we want to emphasize, as the city of the United Nations climate framework on the one hand, and many NGOs on the other hand, we would like to give a good example for using renewable energies. That's why we have, for example, we do have an energy agency within our city administration, who gives advice, for example, to the citizens where it does make sense to implement photovoltaic energy panels on the roofs. We do also have photovoltaic panels on our city halls, on our schools, and even on one bridge, which was refurbished in last year or the year before last year. We do have other things we are doing. We are, for example, we do work with the European Energy Award Climate Management System. We are a member of the Carbon Cities, and we report to the Carbon City, which is one part of ICLE. And we do have made master plans for the climate change in Bonn. We started with it in 2007 and emphasized on this, and even did a more concrete master plan in 2011, and a concept followed in 2013. So we try to emphasize on renewable energy, which we are using for the city, which we are using for our schools, for our town halls, and we are using it for our wastewater plants, which are the most, the biggest energy users in our city, in our municipality. We do also try to focus on younger people. That's why we do have, for example, the climate ambassadors. 5,000 kids in our primary schools, that means from 6 to 10 years old, they can become climate ambassadors. They do learn how to save energy and how to just live with a conscience of low energy using, and using also renewable energies. That's why, for example, we do also have 6 electric buses, which are really fully electric. The only thing what for fuel is needed is the heating in the winter. And our winters in Germany are not as pleasant as over here in Quito. We do have up to -10 centigrades, so it is helpful if there's a heating in the bus, and this is not provided with electric energy. And the buses are also, they use green energy as well. And all the citizens in Bonn, they can also decide to use green energy only. They have to pay a bit more for green energy because it's a bit more expensive to buy it. And therefore, I think there are many ways for a city, for a municipality to really emphasize on renewable energies.
Okay, thank you. Let's recap a few more interesting keywords, I think, for our debate. The local energy utility, I think we should come back to that. Use, and how the administration itself prepares a unit and responsibilities. Maybe we stay a moment on this local energy unit. It's, I think, another example of, let's say, the advanced cities, or the advanced cities might be advanced, because they have the opportunity of being in between the consumer and the energy production. And this is local utilities in many parts of Germany, for example. I guess it's relatively similar in Spain. You can tell us how it is in the US. So how to use local energy utilities to promote renewable energy. Your example was you can, as a consumer, opt for a green tariff. You pay a little bit more. And what do you get then exactly? What is green energy?
Green energy is from windcraft. This is I think the biggest part in Germany, because we do not have the water plants to get energy, but we do have the windcraft and we do have solar energy. And both wind energy and solar energy are really reasonable alternatives to the energy from atomic plants or from coal.
So if I, as a consumer, go for that tariff, I can be sure that my energy is produced in that way.
Yes, you can be sure that your energy is produced in this way. And the good thing is that the energy provider in Bonn is a municipal company. It's a 100% municipal company, so we do have the possibilities to just say what we want to have. And I think this is also a very important issue, that the municipalities do not privatize the supply, the energy supply, just keep it within the municipality or as a company owned by the municipality.
Would you know, coming certainly from very different cities, how your system is? Who comes from a city where also the local government is heavily involved or even owning the energy utility? A few. We do not know whether the question was well enough translated, but I think it's a very relevant summary also that if the local or regional level has such utilities, they can use, for example, tariff systems. Can you do the same, Janet, in Barcelona?
No, el problema en Barcelona, y ahora se lo comentaba Elizabeth, ¿no? Que nosotros básicamente el principal productor o generador de energía es el tratamiento de los residuos, es la valorización energética de los
is the energy valuation of waste. And with this, I think the question that you made was, for me, a fundamental nature. We need to have legislation, because the government of Spain will change legislation. We would have sufficient, we have the resources, we have the political will, we have a powerful energy sector to leverage. So, but with the present regulations that we have, is that practically we cannot generate these connections. The mayor of Bonn has explained the creation they've had with this operator, municipal operator of energy, and we are attempting to promote one, but we are missing one, which is the distribution. We cannot distribute energy that we produce because we have to give all of this network to a company, an energy company that is private, and this is absurd, completely absurd that we cannot do so from the municipality itself. So now what we're trying to do is generate a marketing company, is symbolic, because they do not allow you to do this. This is symbolic, that just generates a different culture and awareness, something that the citizens consider different. There is a cooperative in Barcelona, citizen cooperative, that markets energy, but that fills a series of families. But we hope that with the municipality we will be able to question this oligopoly. But we cannot develop initiatives in the case of the company of the waste company. I'm the president of that, of the metropolitan area of Barcelona, 3.5 million people, and we generate energy and we sell it to this, to that, where I cannot connect it to transport, illumination, or municipality. I cannot put wires all over the place. So it's difficult to understand why in this generation. This is why the question that was made to Tanya, because for us it is fundamental to be able to change this legislation, and from the pressure of the European Union and the networks as a clay, we can force people, and the governments, the national governments, cannot legislate in this direction. I see, very ashamed, as representatives of the government of Spain and the European Union, that they want to change these directives of Europe for something that is entirely different. And here we must establish a common front to avoid these things from happening.
A type. Good. I guess both of you get applause for the notion of keeping energy utilities in local, in public hands or regional hands. And there are in various countries movements also to get them back, even if they had been privatized before. How is it in Santa Monica?
Well, you know, we've been able to use renewable energy for the last 16 years, but we haven't been able to break completely. And I think as we're moving forward, and we do have the right to do it, and we're looking to create a consortium outside of the city, the big city of LA, with it's about 6 smaller cities around Santa Monica, and hopefully the next couple of years we'll be able to put together what we call kind of like a joint powers of authority that actually could take ownership of it and make sure that it's all 100% renewable energy.
So if I were a consumer in Santa Monica and I want a similar green energy, to be sure I have only green energy, in many countries even people then want to make sure it's not atomic power energy. Can I do it or not?
You can. But it's not 100%. It's a percentage.
No.
And for the city, it's 100%, but for the consumer, it hasn't. We haven't formed that coalition, but we can do it legally, and we hope to do that.
So I think a very relevant message again, as much as the local level wants to do, they need in a way what we call the enabling national framework conditions, which allow them, at least when it comes to legal constructions and legal opportunities. I see someone wanting to speak, please.
Thank you.
Please just tell us your name and where you come from.
Thank you. I'm a climate urbanist from the U.S. Hello? Is this better? Okay. Okay, once again, Helen Santiago Fink. I'm a climate urbanist. I'm from the U.S. Voy a hablar en inglés, pueden traducir. I'd like to touch on this issue in terms of the importance of national legislation and subnational legislation to be able to assist cities to be able to do what they need to do, or the work that you're already doing. One example is in the state of Maryland. In the United States, we have states. The state of Maryland has chosen to decentralize its energy. So that opened up a market for energy companies that are all green. Some, the traditional utilities, are still a mix. But I, as a consumer, have now chosen to buy renewable energy credits, and so I'm buying 100% wind. So the point to be able to support the subnational level and the cities to be able to move towards low carbon, carbon neutral, is very much dependent upon national legislation, national resources to be able to allow subnational actors and cities to be able to do what they do best.
Thank you for that contribution. I think no one of you would contradict to that.
No, we all agree, I think. That is the key. Yeah.
Good. We know that Jeanette has to leave soon, right? Is that right? You have to leave? Yes. So maybe a question to you before you leave. You are strongly working with the civil society in Barcelona. I think that's also a bit your political background. So please let us know, what can a local government do to really get the strong support from civil society? so that this is perceived as this promoting renewable energy and energy efficiency, it is perceived as something for the public and for the people, and not something what would frighten them.
Yo creo que al principio lo explicaba un poco, ¿no? Aquellas políticas que estamos intentando desarrollar.
Policies that we're attempting to develop are precisely to empower people in this energy culture. For us, this is indispensable. And I believe the entire project of energy planning and the project for collaboration, public with the citizens, with the private sector also has a role, but basically it's public and citizens to empower the way in which we relate and understand the energy. But I think that is very important, as we were saying, to attempt to articulate jointly all of these strategies, because it's very difficult to do so for renewable energies when it is truly a matter of being a violation of self-consumption if you don't pay certain taxes. So this is what present legislation forces us to. So many people are afraid. People who had bet on, for example, of having a better transport and better energy for self-consumption, now they're losing money, or directly they decide not to do so because they might create a problem of a legal nature. So it's like violating the law for self-consumption. So this is absolutely absurd, where the city of Barcelona has a beautiful sunlight, where we reindicate that right to self-consumption. We must incorporate the defense of the right to energy as a basic aspect for the construction of the right of the city that does not cease to be a fundamental part of the replevy of human rights. I think that this discourse, in the context in which we are of international meeting Habitat 3, I'm missing that in this urban agenda we have not mentioned this national, local rights, this right to energy, a human right that citizens have and the people. So in this sense is where we must continue to work from cities to imply and to involve citizens in this objective.
Right to energy, another key word. Could we say right to renewable energy? Okay, let's go out from that session and promote right to renewable energy as one contribution to the Habitat 3 discussions, and certainly also to the follow-up process. Any further message you want to leave the people who are here very interested, as I see in their faces? In one sentence? You have basically given. I want to briefly come back to you and then go back to Tanya also. You mentioned specific programs for involving young people. You mentioned these climate ambassadors. Would you know of, any of you know of any similar initiatives in your cities? Please, there is one.
Hi, thanks for everyone being here and sharing your experiences. My name is Timo Lukkarinen and I'm from the private sector. Our company is called Horizon Educational. We produce material, curriculums, and programming for teaching renewable energy in middle school, high school, and at college level. What we're doing here is essentially educating each other on different policies that are done at city levels, right? We're talking about enforcement, or we're talking about incentives. What is quite important is also the values that people have, not just only where they're being pushed. And education is the tool to create values and to change values of future society. So what I'm interested in learning is, not only from Bonn there, what is actually happening in other places around the world, in specifically the renewable energy education places. Thank you.
If you're talking about incentives versus enforcement, we've actually taken more the approach of incentives. The only enforcement piece you might say is that upon a resident, for example, that wants to remodel their home, I think once they go beyond 500 square feet addition to their home, it kicks in that they have to put in photovoltaic panels or solar panels. On the incentive side, for mostly, in our cases, it's buildings or hotels that want to expand, they have to put solar energy panels. So it's more of an incentive somewhat, but we haven't come up with any ordinance that's being really hard on the enforcement side.
Thank you. Asher?
I think there are a lot of things to do. I think we do have to network. The cities and municipalities do have to network to just exchange the ideas they have. And ICLE, I think, is a big supporter in this field, because ICLE established a new network in 2015 with 100% renewable cities and regions, which is really very ambitious. And I think also we can implement this in the heads of our citizens by just doing this and having partners, worldwide partners, with other municipalities, with other cities, to just come into an exchange. What can we do to really give the information to the young people, not only to the young people, also to the adults, but to the young people, because they are the ones who live and who can support low energy living, and also emphasizing on renewable energies. If we get it into their heads, I think it's a big step forward.
So we have now the ambitious targets on the table, and you have mentioned the 100% renewable cities and towns, or cities and regions. And we hope, of course, that this movement will grow quickly. I would like to ask Tanya and also Elisabeth then, what do you think from the perspective now here from, let me first ask from REN21 and from IRENA, how can you support cities or regional governments which go for 100% renewable? Elisabeth, please.
Thank you, Monica. Does this work? Yeah. I think with us having so many countries and having regular exchange of experiences is one of the critical things, because we're all in a learning curve. Nobody knows how to do this. So we now have a long-term vision that 2015 was probably the most decisive year in recent history in that sense. And we know where everything has to go. But how to get there, we don't know. And we don't know it at the national level, we don't know it at the local level, we just have all these different ideas. And the one thing that I just picked up from everybody, it's really amazing, it's fascinating. Part of it is really a change in mind shift. And more that we know about who is doing what and how we're doing things, more we're inclined to make that shift in our minds and try changing our behavioral patterns and try innovating more and more. And it's like a snowball, and that's what we have seen with renewables in the last 10 years. It started with Germany experimenting with solar panels and what happened in the last 20 years there, but in the last 10 years it just snowballed. It snowballed because there's a demand, there's a change in behavior, there's policy shifts, and there's a collaboration. And I think that just our existence, IRENA exists for 5 years now, it's really a result of demand. Because 15 years ago, that wasn't possible. That's how REN21 came about. It's possible now because there is a demand. People want to, we need to accelerate the global learning curve, and that's what we're doing together.
So you are pushing the snowball heavily?
Absolutely.
Good. Tanya, you can speak now from two perspectives, REN21 as a cooperation of many national governments and your own.
Yeah, I feel we need these lighthouses. And the incentive can be that we have to communicate it. So I learned today that we have to work on several levels, and we do that. But it brings me, when I go out here, to the acknowledgement that it's good to work on the national level to find the right regulations and the regulatory framework which has to be delivered. That's a kind of pushing. And you have to find some incentives, and the incentives are that it makes more livable cities. It makes a surrounding which is a very good place to live, and we see worldwide that the places where the environment and the surrounding is very healthy and very good. That are the places which are still demanding very well prepared people. So it's a kind of, would not only say a snowball system, but it's a ping pong. Yeah. So the national regulation needs the good lighthouses from cities, and we have to communicate and to learn from these examples and to see that it's good that there are bold governments and that there are bold mayors who are able to decide in this direction.
So when all of you go home, remember the lighthouses, the snowballs and the ping pong. And if that works well together, then we are advancing. Any question or comment at the moment? Please.
Hey, Michael from Austria. I have a question. How is like the topic doing in your cities or in your states on the topic of zero energy houses and plus houses? Because we're talking about increasing demand, but I mean if we reduce this like demand in the beginning, there's no use for that. So my question is like, I mean the German municipalities and things, I think they're already implementing. I think they have to. And with the houses, I think starting from 2020, all the new houses that are built have to be nearly zero energy. So it's starting. I would like to know, like, what's your view on that topic?
Well, we do have,
Yeah,
we do have on a federal basis, we do have bylaws which set the standard for energy efficiency for new built houses. But as a municipality, we can do even more. So if we build a new house or new school or new city hall or something like that, we go even further than the federal bylaws, because we do want to give a good example, as I said before. And we are now thinking about a new form of procurement concerning new buildings. For example, we plan to build a new hotel. We are not doing this as a municipality, but we are doing that with a private partner. And in the procurement, we are considering whether not only to give points for low energy for the house, but also for sustainable building of a house. Because you can build a house also out of renewable materials, wood, for example. And I think this is also a way to just give the lighthouses you've mentioned, to give good examples how to act sustainable.
Yeah, maybe that's another dimension of the debate, the energy which is embedded in materials.
Exactly.
And how to reduce that. Yeah. Tanja, would you like to add? Do all German houses aim at zero energy or plus energy? Is there a national law which would require that?
It's a bylaw, and it's compulsory that it's a reduction, I think, from 2014 to 2016 of 30%, which is obliged. So if you want to build a house now, you have to reduce the energy for this house for 30%, less energy than in 2014, which is quite difficult. You need special glass, for example, you need special walls, you need special heating, you need solar panels on your roof and such things. And also the use of rainwater, for example, for washing, cloth washing, or the toilets, or the gardens. These are ways to reduce the energy use for a house, which is compulsory in Germany. You have to do it, and the architect who's planning the house, or the other engineers involved in the planning of the house, they do have to sign for it.
Thank you. Okay, so I think we have a high consensus on the goals where we want to go, and even the different types of instruments to use. I would like to use a few minutes now to make the discussion a little bit more difficult, because all the examples here are coming from, call it OECD countries, so-called developed countries, which not only have, of course, more means, more staff, more capacities, but often also more, let's say, legal responsibilities or opportunities. But we know that the high energy growth is in cities of the global south, which often feel that they are not in the position of going for so ambitious targets. And I would, as we have not a representative now of such a country here, I would like to ask Tanja, because she represents the ministry in Germany, which is supporting development cooperation and directly supporting cities and other actors in the global south. What do you think, what could be done to increase the generation and use of renewable energies in the global south? And which responsibilities do you see at the city level in the global south also?
Well, we have already talked about it, I think. We need the national regulations which give the framework for which kind of energy has to be used and has to be produced. And we see several countries, like for example South Africa, where the increase of this kind of energy is amazing. So the federal government of Germany is supporting this approach, and we are spending huge amounts in supporting partner countries and develop their energy system. That's the one thing. But looking into the issue of mobility in cities, for example, we have delivered yesterday an initiative where we look very closely into the issue of energy, of transport and mobility within cities. So the initiative from the German government, together with 8 partners, is to increase the integration of mobility systems in big cities. The large demand in energy is from the mobility and logistics side. If we look into the numbers, how the demand will increase in the next years, it's incredible. And it's not only the transport of people, it's the transport of goods as well, because our lifestyle has changed totally. The delivering of goods is increasing amazingly. So we are trying to convince our partners that it's good to spend their commitments in an integrated and sustainable urban mobility system. And I feel we have not that much experience with large-scale growing cities like Asia or Africa has. In Europe, this was over a period of more than 100 years. But I feel we have some experiences in very intelligent and integrated mobility systems which are sustainable, and we try to come into a knowledge exchange on that with our partner countries.
Godfrey Kimi, from the mayor of Kasese in Uganda. Why not you just join us here? You have been in the floor earlier, so you know how it looks like here. And I would very much appreciate your additional view on how we can promote the renewable energy in the global south, let's say, through ambitious local action.
I think the biggest problem we have down in Africa, we haven't gone into, for instance, mobility. Because when you talk about South Africa, you are really talking about Europe. Because South Africa is not entirely Africa. And when you talk about Africa, you should talk about tropical Africa. Yeah, because South Africa and Europe are nearly the same. And say in Uganda, we are not into mobility. We don't have an electric train, for instance, no electric bus. We are still using fuel. And therefore, we haven't gone into that. We are still looking at energy for industrial development. We are still looking at energy for domestic use. And that's where we are. And I think what we need right now is access to energy. Because just as I told you, in my town, only 17% access energy. 17%. Which implies access clean renewable energy. That means the rest of the people are still using what we would call probably dirty energy. Fuel, kerosene, wood, and the like. So what do you need, where do we need assistance? First of all, we want you to assist us because investment in energy is too expensive. It is capital intensive. So we still need a lot of funding. Probably low cost financing. Because even to convince the private sector to come in, it becomes very, very difficult without government support. So we need a lot of support in terms of capital. And then we also need technical support. For instance, at local level, just as I told you, we don't have energy officers. Not even an electrician is in my structure of the municipality. I don't have an electrician as employed by the municipality. So the people who deal with energy issues are environment officers. So they look at energy in terms of environment conservation and not probably in terms of efficiency and producing more energy. So we also need technical support. It may not be in terms of finance, but it might also be in terms of technical people going down there to tell us what we should do and what we should do best. And then obviously we are not yet talking about efficiency. That's also one other thing. There is no accessibility, so you cannot even talk about what? Efficiency. I have been in some countries where now you are talking about buildings must be energy what? Efficient. But in Africa now, that's not yet. That's not. We haven't reached that level. You still put up a building, whether it is energy efficient or not. It's a building. We still need only shelter, and we are not talking about those efficiency issues. But what I can say is, Africa is virgin, very virgin, that we can do anything and it works out. And therefore, if we want to save this world, we should go to Africa. Because everything is still original. You know? And therefore, if we want to save the environment, if we want to research on energy and come up with appropriate technologies, you need to go to Africa. Because you will find something to research on, since everything is still original. And therefore, me, the support I need is one, technical support. Can you give us technical support? We develop appropriate technologies. We may not copy what you have. We shan't manage. It is very expensive. But we need to develop appropriate technologies which can suit our needs and which is as cheap as possible. Then you will also need to assist us in standards. Because for instance, right now, we are telling our people, go clean renewable energy. For instance, solar panels. And then you convince someone to buy a solar panel and it collapses in 1 month. Because it is poor what? Poor quality. So that one works on the person. He says, I think this is not good energy. So we also need the technical expert in that to get the appropriate technology. We need financing in terms of capital to the private sector. We need technical building capacity, technically. And then our government sometimes don't get priorities right. So what we need from you, who give us donations, tighten the conditions. If I'm to give you this money, can you handle issues of clean renewable energy like this? Come up with very good policies. It will assist us locally. Otherwise, if we start it from bottom, they may not listen to us. But if we start it from top, they are going to listen to us. They will listen to you, and we get good policies which can really work to promote clean renewable energy. I don't know whether I've answered the question.
Earlier we spoke about the right to energy, and we said the right to renewable energy. Would you agree that we also could speak about the access to renewable energy and not only access to energy? As a motto, as a slogan, as a notion? Access to renewable energy and not to energy only. Can you agree to that?
Yes, I agree to that.
Good, then let's go out of that session, and we have found now two relevant terms: the right to renewable energy and the access to renewable energy. That was now a strong voice from Africa. Thank you very much. Ashok, may I ask you, you know the situation in Chennai, in India, very well for various reasons. Is there an addition from an Asian perspective or an Indian perspective? India with an enormous growth rate in energy consumption.
Yes, there is, and I do know a little bit of India because my father comes from over there, I think the problems are exactly the same as you described just a minute ago. It's the access to renewable energy, and it's on the other hand, I think especially in India, I do not know whether it's the same in African states. In India, the problem is, for example, that you have a lot of waste. And well, waste is not a renewable energy, of course. But as we learned from Janet, with the waste, with the winning of energy by burning waste or using waste, I think this is a good idea also for the South Asian countries to just use the waste to get energy out of it, and that might be a win-win situation. But the states south of the equator, they do have the opportunity to just invest in solar plants, in solar panels, and I think this is also a way India could get a big step forward by using solar energy for all the plants, for all the citizens living over there to supply themselves with green energy.
Tony, very quick question to you. I guess you have twin cities, partner cities. Do you have some in the global south?
Partnership?
Cities with which Santa Monica is a partner too. We call it city-to-city relation, twin cities. Do you have some?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so maybe that would be your good idea, that you would start partnership with a city in the global south so that there's also a direct city-to-city transfer.
That could happen.
Have lunch together, yeah. So we are coming towards an end of the session, but I first want to allow all of those of you who still have ideas or questions to contribute to do that last round. And I think there was one in the second last row somewhere.
Soy David Ferrus, de una empresa que se llama Willing, BHS. Somos de Barcelona.
We are from Barcelona, from a company called Varush.
Estamos edificando en UK,
building in the UK and Chile, and simply taking the words of the mayor from Germany, deputy mayor from Germany. Energy consumption means reducing the consumption during usage, but also during production, through the use of right materials. I wanted to share that we have done a building in the Ichimbia Park here in the city. It's apartments, and it's done under the perspective of reducing the demand of energy by introducing a passive architecture. And then we have an active system of solar panels, and we're going to have an MOU with the history of housing in order to attempt to do 1,500 houses with this type of building here in Ecuador. And I thought it would be interesting to share with you. Those of you who are interested in the issue, you can go and take a look at a concrete example. 60% of steel is also using glass waste. We can do, yes, a lot more, but you also have to make sure that the floors and everything holds up together. But there must be a commitment. I think there is this concrete experience in the Chimbia Park is open to all of you. So it's there, and it has a system also of energy control. In regards to what the representative from Barcelona said, empower the user or users, and B, find out the level of consumption. Photovoltaic energy can make decisions of when and how energy can be consumed.
Thank you for that addition from Barcelona. Are there further comments to make? Yes, please.
Gracias, yo soy Pamela, soy de acá, Ecuador. Bueno, yo
From here, Ecuador. I wanted to comment the project that we are unfolding. It has to do with raising awareness. It's called a smart grid. It's a system that uses to feed through different types of energy, for example, bicycles, the cup of coffee. It's an entire system, and this system could feed a device that can be a little robot, and in this way we can generate awareness in population. It's called ENERMY. We are on YouTube, just look ENERMY, ENERMY. We have won 2 national awards, and we were 3rd in an international contest. Thank you.
Thank you. Quick remark from there.
Good morning. Thanks for all for sharing your experiences. My question is about here in Ecuador. I am a student here in this university. I really believe on science. That science could change the world, and I guess that the investigation is a fundamental part in this development to change the sources of energy. So I guess I would like to ask you a question. Is how could the government and the organizations could collaborate with the universities and the
last round, if you allow. Sorry? Yeah, please go ahead. Maybe after her one more maximum, and then we go back to the final statements.
Solo un minuto. Me llamo Anita Ulloa, soy arquitecta y me encanta conocer un poco más de la energía renovable que estoy tratando de promover en un futuro proyecto en el que estoy trabajando. Y solamente quería invitarles, no había tenido la experiencia de subirme a una bicicleta con energía renovable. Y tenemos esa posibilidad de
with renewable energy, and here at the university we have that possibility. As we go down on the first stand, there's a solar bicycle. It would be interesting if you all could see it. Thank you. Gracias.
Okay, I think you are also getting a little bit exhausted about all these many informations and good ideas. We are coming to a final round now. Or do you want to respond directly? Exactly. One direct response? And
yes, the student will ask how we can collaborate. We have, our municipality has a collaboration with the University of Aalborg. And we are collaborating on municipal waste, turning municipal waste into biogas. And those students doing masters, and they are in that field, they have been coming there for research. And we use their findings to develop technologies. And we are already working on that. Now we have at least about 40 homes which are now using biogas out of that research which came out of the students of Aalborg. So that collaboration can be there.
Thank you. So I would propose that we now do a type of last round on the panel here. And I would like each of you for 2 brief statements. The first one is, what do you take back home to colleagues, people who are working a similar responsibility to you? And secondly, what do you take back to another, what would you like to convey to another actor? Select which one. Can be national government, can be private, can be citizens, whatever. So, what bring you back to your own type of organization, and what would you like to address with another one? Tony, please start.
You know, when you mentioned earlier, if we had twin cities or partnerships, you know, we do have sister cities, and maybe that's one thing we should look at. I was talking to I had dinner the other day with the ambassador, our ambassador here to Ecuador, and he was asking if we'd be open to that, and I think it'd be great to have a sister city with Quito as an example, with Santa Monica, and talk about how we could partnership, especially on some of this renewable energy and some of the things we've been doing to share and see if there's a way that we could help each other out. And as I look at we're sitting here in a university with students, and to me, I know, and I'm talking to folks, and I think somebody mentioned it earlier, that while the city, I guess, the local electeds would love to be able to enforce or have some strong codes or ordinances, they're not empowered to do that. I challenge, I guess, some of the young here. We have youngsters that have formed, they're like student groups, support groups in our city, and it's something that you all might want to do as well, and maybe in this exchange we can share ideas and strategies on how to maybe put a little bit more pressure on the national government here to make sure that you locally have more control of the energy sources that you do or don't have access to now.
Okay, so your message was basically local government, let's work well together.
Yes.
Then we are also stronger, be it nationally or even internationally. And would you like to address one other actor, if you had a wish?
I'm sorry, what was it?
If you could address another actor, if you have a wish and you would say, that's my message to you, what is it?
Oh, I guess the key thing, moving forward, you know, as we're talking about more renewable sources, and I think somebody mentioned over here about other mobilities, a bicycle as an example. You know, there's so many forms of transportation that I don't think we're exercising as much. Trying to move around Quito the other night, I didn't realize how heavy traffic is in this city. And I thought LA was real bad. You know, it took me 40 minutes just to go from one hotel to another, which should have taken me about 5 minutes. And I understand I probably could have walked it faster, but it was raining, so I chose to stay in the car. But
so your second message is basically to everybody, walk and bike.
Walk and bike as much as you can.
Good.
It's good exercise.
Thank you. Godfrey, your message to back home, to Kesese, and your message to another actor.
I think my message back home to Kasese is I will tell them I'm happy that the world is waking up to going clean renewable energy. And therefore, we are going to save the environment if the world is waking up. I was impressed by His Excellency the Ambassador of United Arab Emirates. He's a producer of oil, but now he says they want to go clean renewable energy. I would have thought he would be promoting the production of more oil than clean renewable energy. So if he can come up like that, then I think we are going to save this environment. We are going to have sustainable energy, because the only sustainable energy is clean renewable energy. And I think my people will be happy with that. And to the agency, I'm saying put more pressure. Put more pressure on these governments. Be our advocates. Because we need one voice to advocate for this change of heart, and for governments to allocate more money to clean renewable energy. We can only do this if we have one voice, and that one voice will come from the agency.
Thank you very much, Godfrey. Ashok?
Well, first of all, concerning the question about the universities, I think there is quite a good network between universities and other organizations, for example, in biodiversity. There are good cooperations between universities and other organizations and also the industry. But there's an institution, and this is the United Nations University, which really operates in exactly this field you mentioned, and I think we do have to emphasize on that. The 2 points I'm taking back home, that we have to strengthen our cooperations with cities in the global south. We do have partner cities, for example here, La Paz is one of the partner cities of Bonn. We do have Cape Coast. We do have Chengdu in China, and I think this is very important to just exchange ideas and ways to make the world a bit more sustainable. And the thing which I address to other authorities is to the governments all over the world, just give the legal framework for the municipalities to act sustainable. I think this is the thing really missing, and it's very important to discuss these matters at panel discussions, and it is even more important that we have organizations like IRENA and ICLEI. But the most important thing is just do it.
Thank you very much. Tanya, what brings you back to your own constituency, and what is your wish to another?
Yes, what I'm taking back with me is that the need for the collaboration between the energy people and the mobility people is needed very hardly. So on the national level, we have to very much work much more over sectors. So as far as I see it, the mobility is still looking only into electric energy for cars and not into a kind of system-wide approach. So how can we deliver enough energy for an integrated mobility system in a large city? Where does this energy come from? I take this with me, so that I want to see more cross-cutting discussions and knowledge exchange. How can we speed up this? And what do I take with me to talk to others is that I feel this session is called Cities Leading the Way, that the collaboration between the cities' experiences and the national policies is a very, very needed knowledge exchange, and that we have to listen to the cities, what have they learned, and we have to transfer it to national policies.
Thank you. Elizabeth, assuming that IRENA can talk to the other UN agencies easily, what do you take back to them?
I actually wanted to say what I'm going to take back is to my colleagues who have worked on cities, and to tell them if they want to re-energize themselves, to come and organize another re-energizing city meeting. And I'm going to tell them that Kasese is even greater than we ever thought in our desk review of what was happening up in mountains in Uganda. So it really has been refreshing to see in real what we hear and what we know. And for us working at a central government level, working at federal level, we will definitely use an opportunity to convey the message of both the energy that we feel, what's happening at the local level, but also to provide a little bit maybe closer link. And in 1 week time, we're going to have a IRENA Council, and we're going to have about 100 countries in the place. And I will be reporting from this meeting, and I will use some of the clippings from our debate rather than speaking on your behalf. I will make sure that they hear your voices in IRENA Council meeting.
Thank you very much. Let's maybe use the last 1 and 2 minutes for a type of summary. It's not possible to really summarize a 2 hours debate, but I was asked to do so. So I came up with 8 points. The first one is, to summarize, local governments can and shall use all their means and the opportunities what they have. And we mentioned among many, we mentioned the ordinances, but one, I think what was specifically mentioned was keep the utilities in private hands, or make them private, because they offer a lot of opportunities to work in the renewable energy field. And you also mentioned use the local procurement opportunities to promote renewable energy. Second big issue of today is the national framework conditions, or the cooperation between the different levels of government, the local, regional, and national ones. I think you have expressed that excellently right now. Third, let's speak about the multiple benefits. It's not only an energy issue, it's also a transportation issue. It has to do with health, and I think it was also mentioned with employment opportunities and with opportunities to develop cities as such around renewable energy. Fourth, keep in mind lighthouses, snowballs, and ping pong. Lighthouses are, for example, cities which lead. But lighthouses can also be national governments which lead, can also be NGOs which have wonderful projects. The snowballs is, or the snowball, or the many snowballs, start, get it rolling, kick, and make it bigger, make it mainstream. And the ping pong was mainly for let's cooperate. Let's every level, every type of actor in society use own means to the best and interact with the others. Then I think a fifth very relevant point was work with the citizens. We heard also that from Barcelona. And see youth as a very special target group, which can really help to accelerate the snowballs, for example. And finally, we spoke about the right to energy, and go out and speak about the right to renewable energy, and speak about the access to renewable energy. I think then we would already have made a big progress in influencing a little bit that debate, also the debate here at Habitat 3. So I would like to thank the panel, excellent, many contributions, very rich experiences behind all that. And I want to thank you for your attention and also for your question and for the way of that you were very closely involved and hopefully bring it further. At the very end, I would like to extend two invitations. The first one is we have a networking event at the Habitat 3 main building this afternoon exactly about renewable energy and cities, which is called 100% renewable energy and how we can promote that. It is at 4:30 to 6:30, and you can find all the details in the internet and in the announcements of the networking sessions. And secondly, if I may, an invitation to lunch, right? Okay, enjoy. Thank you very much.
Hola. Hola, 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 hola. Hola. Hola, hola. Hola. Hola, hola. Hola.
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon, everyone. We are ready to start a very exciting session this afternoon entitled Urban Energy Systems of the Future, the Role of Renewables. For this session, we have the pleasure to have as moderator Mr. Stefan Schurig, member of the Executive Board and Director of Climate and Energy of the World Future Council.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Bienvenidos. Welcome back after the lunch. I've learned a lot in the previous session, and what we will be trying in this session now is to look a bit more into those questions that we think are really sort of have probably emerged here, but or those questions that haven't been addressed. So when we heard the recap, we heard that it's about the right to renewable energies, or the right to energy. And the question of the right to energy is of huge importance, especially for cities in developing countries. We also heard about incentives and supportives as opposed to incentives. And the elephant in the room, probably in the entire Habitat 3 event, is that cities need to have more power, or at least need to have the power to control their energy mix. And we also heard about the power of the authority to go on to change their procurement habits, and the will to control their utilities, namely the fact that they shouldn't be selling their utilities. And I just want to share, before we start, a very quick experience from my own country in Germany, which is more recently famous for its renewable energy uptake. And I had to commute between Hamburg and Berlin for almost 5 to 10 years. And you could really, in the first uptake of the Energiewende, the energy transition, you could see it. You could see the first wind turbine, the second, and then once I started to count the wind turbines, and I ended at 100 or so, because it became more and more and more. But that also tells the story about the renewable energy in cities, because first and foremost, in many parts of the world, it's visible in the hinterland of the city, and it wasn't necessarily visible in the city, within its own borders. And therefore, I think this is really the hugely important question: what does the energy transition actually mean for cities, and how can cities actually benefit from that? And another little story from my own city in Germany, where I live in Hamburg. You can see that the discussion and the controversies around the Energiewende has actually reached the city level. Not that we have big wind turbines, we do actually in the harbor area, but not in the city center, but because of the people that bought back the electricity grid and the grid for the distribution of gas, because they thought that it was more important for the people in the city to decide what kind of energy mix the city builds on. And I think that is also something that we would like to address here. So without further ado, and please prepare yourself with some questions, because I will give you the chance to raise questions that you probably haven't raised yet, or questions hidden as a comment, also welcomed. So please prepare yourself with comments. And I think we have an excellent panel together to look into, to dive more into this question of renewable energy in cities and what it makes, or what it means for cities. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce Michael Westphal, who is a sustainability finance expert. He's a senior associate of the World Resource Institute. He's got almost 20 years of experience in the climate change and development field. He used to be the senior associate of ABT, who's been working with USAID, and he was also working for the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the African Development Bank, and UNDP. So I think this is a great shot, and Michael, the floor is yours. Thanks.
Thank you. Muchas gracias. Vielen Dank. So, Stefan said, I represent the World Resources Institute, which is a global research organization based in Washington, D.C., and we work on 6 fundamental challenges, including sustainable cities. We work at the nexus of environment, economic opportunity, and livelihoods. I would like to thank the organizers of this event, IRENA, and the governments of UAE, Germany, and Ecuador. I'm going to briefly discuss why I think this is an unprecedented opportunity to scale up renewable energy in urban environments. Firstly, I think there's a new recognition of the role of cities in decarbonization. The Paris Agreement has been a new moment for cities, both in the Paris Agreement itself and then the decisions that came out of COP21. There's a recognition of the importance of all levels of government, that we need to mobilize and have stronger, ambitious climate action by all party and non-party stakeholders. Related to that, there's this, for the first time ever, we have decarbonization that's enshrined in an international agreement. And there's a realization that cities have a major role to play in this decarbonization. As we all know, 70% of the emissions are due to activities at the city level. So in order to have this deep decarbonization that we talk about, there are really three things that are necessary. One is the scaling up of energy efficiency, a decarbonization of electricity, and then the electrification of fossil fuel consuming devices, transport, furnaces, stoves. And that last point, cities are indispensable there because that's where most of that activity is located. Secondly, I think there's an increasing realization that cities can play a large role in their own electricity generation, including in situ generation. In some work that we've done, we've looked at a variety of cities, and that some cities can meet anywhere from 7 to 30% of their annual electricity consumption by solar PV. The IEA estimates that solar PV has a technical potential of meeting 30% of electricity needs by 2030 in cities. Thirdly, I think we're at a moment where the declining technology costs and new finance models are likely to be game changers. There's been a sharp decline in the cost of PV on the order of 75% in terms of the cost of panels over the last 5 or 6 years. Rooftop solar PV is now competitive with fossil fuel generation, grid scale fossil fuel generation in India and China, at least natural gas. In terms of electric vehicles, in 2010 we had a very small number. It scaled up to over 1.2 million in 2015. Batteries are becoming increasingly cheaper. They've been declining on average about 20% per year over the last 10 years or so. And Bloomberg New Energy Finance estimates that EVs will be cost competitive with internal combustion engines in most regions of the world sometime in the next decade. And in terms of finance, I think we've seen a proliferation of new promising finance. Green bonds are ramping up. Joburg was the first city in Africa to issue a municipal green bond in 2014 for 1.5 billion. The Green Climate Fund just approved a green bond project related to energy efficiency. We see the proliferation of consumer finance in the rural space. Pay-as-you-go finance models are really scaling up. We've seen a doubling of pay-as-you-go solar in Africa in 2015 from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. And then the prosumer model of solar, which allows consumers to sell electricity back to the grid, I think is a very promising way to engage customers and to provide a revenue stream for them. And then lastly, I think there's an increasing understanding that we really need an integrative urban system approach. We know that there is projected to be 2.5 billion new urban residents by 2015. It'll be increasingly difficult to meet their energy demands and other multiple objectives that we have in terms of costs, efficiency, reliability, air pollution, climate goals, unless we take an integrative approach, unless we look across sectors, look at how sectors consume energy, look at what sectors are driving energy consumption. So this entails, I think, a lot more effort in those integrated approaches, such as coupling renewable energy and energy efficiency, waste to energy, the electrification of transport, combined heat and power, and other similar technologies. So with that, I would like to invite Stefan back up to introduce the panelists. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Michael. Yes, I'd like to introduce you another excellent panel to discuss this question. And first, I have the great pleasure, because we liked you so much, we invited you to join the panel again. Mr. Godfrey Paluku Kabayanga Kime from Uganda, from the city of Kasese, who has actually set a 100% target, as we've heard. I also like to welcome Mr. Raymond Louis, and there he is, acting mayor from the city of Vancouver, who also has set a 100% renewable energy target. And next I'd like to welcome Ms. Hannah Al-Hashimi. She is the happiness representative and permanent mission of the United Arab Emirates to the United Nations. And of course, I can't avoid asking the question what that actually means, being a happiness representative. And last but not least, Mr. Jean-François Garnier from the International Energy Agency. He is the head of the Energy Technology Policy Division at IEA, and actually leading the analytical work on energy technologies, policies, and strategies, and also is in charge for IEA's flagship technology publication, the Technology Perspective. So I'm delighted to have you here. My first question, when I hear the discussions from the previous sessions, would go to Your Excellency, Mayor from Kasese. My first question that comes to my mind would be, what do you think is the most important factor for progress for your end? Is it actually the finance aspect?
Thank you very much, Stephanie. I think the most important aspect is financing, because for any of this model to succeed, there must be financing. Even the far have gone, there was financing, because for instance, to be able to distribute solar panels, solar lights, and the solar mini grid, we got a grant through WWF and then the Rural Electrification Agency. And this grant was sort of a revolving fund. We identified cooperative societies at village level and some civil society organizations. So we gave them some startup capital to buy certain number of solar panels and solar lights. And then they give them out to households, and the households pay per month in small installments. Pay the solar panel or the light at once. And we also negotiated with the government-owned bank, it's called Post Bank, to extend soft loans to people so that they can be able to buy the required technologies and pay monthly in small installments. So financing is very important. Even the solar mini grid, we linked up with government, the private entrepreneur who invested money, who was from Denmark, Systems Technique, could not bring all his money to Uganda. So he had to get a subsidy. He got a subsidy from the Rural Electrification Agency, from the Ministry of Energy. And it is that subsidy which attracted him to invest. So the biggest problem here is finance, because to invest in renewable energy, it needs a lot of money, heavy investment. And I'm happy the finance expert is here. I wish you could give me the magic of getting these finances. And the development partners and financiers are here. I want him to give me the magic so that I leave here after convincing them that they need to finance clean renewable energy back in Uganda. So finance. And then just as I told you, capacity building. After we have set up these technologies, how do we maintain them? Because someone from Denmark can't come and set up a technology here and continues coming to maintain it. So, but finance is the biggest interest to me.
So it sounds like that it was that you basically needed this little support to get started. Since you're mentioning the support from other countries with getting started, and once the roll was bowling, you try to sort of create a sustainable system within, so that you don't build on external funds.
Exactly, we need to get started. We need that financial push. Even that grant I told you is a revolving fund. So when these people bring back the money, we buy more technologies. So we don't go back to the one who gave us the fund. And obviously they bring it back with a small markup, which also increases the capacity to bring more. So we need some push financially to kickstart. And then after that, you will set us free, and Africa will shine.
And I think what also helped, of course, was the cost development of renewables in general, because the lower the cost, the lower the push is that you actually need for getting things rolling. I'd like to turn to a different part of the world, to Mr. Mayor Raymond Louis. The city of Vancouver sort of seems to be getting a very famous status more recently for its bold target on renewable energy development. And as far as I know, it's not just electricity, because British Columbia is already blessed with renewable electricity, but you've dared taking the bolder target for renewable energy development, and you set a 100% renewable energy target. And that really sort of is a very bold statement. And I'd like to know a little bit, how did you get there? What was the moment that really made it happen? Because other cities are, in a similar situation, maybe, and they don't. So where did this leadership come from?
Well, thank you for the question, and thank you to the audience for being here today. I'm the acting mayor of the city of Vancouver. Our mayor, Greg Robertson, is still in place, just in case it's confusing to have that title. But what I would say is the question is appropriate, because it's this 100% renewable initiative of the city of Vancouver comes as a result of an extension of our Greenest City initiative, our initiative to become the greenest city in the world. And part of that has to come from how we power our city and make it work, not just for us as a government, but for our residents as well. The initiative is really about leadership. We at the City of Vancouver, there's a political party at the local government level. We have a mayor and a council that is committed to being the greenest city in the world, and we've run on 3 elections now, based on the fact that we would want this for ourselves, for our children, and for future generations. And we've been able to get the, I think, buy-in, the support from the citizens, from our residents, as a result of that, having these bold ideas and being committed to that. It comes from the leadership of the mayor and of council, and all of us being conversant on the subject matter, that we truly, as a political party, believe in this initiative, so that even if the mayor were to move to another venue, to another political station, provincial or federal, that there are many of us that believe in the same thing, that it transcends beyond the political people that are in place today. And it transcends really not because of us that are elected, but rather our residents have accepted, and in fact gone beyond accepting, but demanding that we preserve our little piece of the world for future generations.
Well, I think that's very encouraging, and it should be encouraging to all mayors of the world to actually go along and set such an ambitious target. And obviously, up to now, Vancouver proves that it is actually possible and establishes a good learning curve, if you like, on how to roadmap such a target, how to implement it, how to get the people on board. I think it's quite remarkable what Vancouver is doing. But let's move again to a different part of the world. Ms. Hannah Al-Hashimi, you've been working on the sustainable issues for many years already, and you've been witnessing sort of, if you like, if I may say so, the mind change in the United Arab Emirates, that the future lies beyond oil, if I might say so, and that it has a very bold commitment on developing renewables within the city borders, and particularly the numbers that we hear from Dubai for the price of solar rooftop installations is quite remarkable. I'd like to hear a bit of your insights on that development, but please, before, tell us why you have the most beautiful title for your job.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Thank you all for being here today. I understand I don't need to explain much to the audience from Ecuador, because of course they have the minister in charge of Buen Vivir, which I think is an understanding for many. So perhaps to explain that a little bit more, So the United Arab Emirates is very much committed to government innovation and rethinking the way that we do everything that we do, including government. So part of that brought the creation of 3 new portfolios within our cabinet this last February. That includes the Minister of State for Happiness, a Minister of State for Tolerance, and a Minister of State for Youth Affairs. The Minister of State for Happiness would explain that there's no ministry per se, because every ministry should be a ministry of happiness within the UAE, because the belief of our leadership, to go back to the importance of leadership, is that happiness is the ultimate goal of government. And we've expanded that since February to start to talk about the importance of positivity as well, in addition to happiness, in terms of mainstreaming that through all government policies and programs, and working with all stakeholders in the private sector, civil society and all, to make sure that we have a broader vision for why we do what we do. And I think that's very important when you start to talk about re-energizing the future, re-energizing cities, rethinking how we energize everything. A question we get a lot is why a hydrocarbon producer is interested in renewables and efficiency, particularly if you think about, so we have a federal system, majority of our population, almost 100%, live in urban settings. We've had a 300% population growth in the last 15 years. We're car-based, we have car-based urban design, we have traditionally low energy prices. So why indeed should we rethink energy? Well, the answer really started off as a vision of our leadership, which was that we do need to diversify our economy in order to be resilient in the long term. And the other, it started off as that, as well as a moral imperative that we had to reduce our carbon footprint. Although we're a small country in the Arabian Gulf, we have grown rapidly over the last few years, and that's starting to show. This would have been in the 80s and 90s. And by the turn of the century, we started to see more of an imperative for looking at other cost solutions for energy. So this included a 3-time increase in the price of gas, natural gas, in addition to a realization that the more consumption that happens and the more subsidies we have locally, the more consumption you tend to see, and the less oil you'd have for exports, really. So that starts to affect really the revenues that a city has and that a government has. And since then, we haven't actually had to do much explaining, because as you've mentioned, we've seen a 90% decrease in the cost of solar PV. So it's no longer the case of needing to make a business case for renewables. It's that business had made the case for more renewable deployment, and we've seen, I guess, the sky's the limit at this point. To share some figures, so in 2010, the price per kilowatt hour of solar PV was 30 cents, and just a couple of years later, in 2014, it was plummeted through a competitive bidding process, so with no subsidies involved, to 5.84 cents per kilowatt hour, and just last month it's gone down to 2.42 cents per kilowatt hour. So that's pretty drastic, and it makes our jobs easier. And that's it for now.
Is this actually the end of the road, or are we envisaging even further cost cuts? What do you think?
Absolutely. I mean, so these are the cost cuts for solar PV. We're now looking at other forms, of course, to see if we can drive down those costs and to see basically how to further diversify, because it would be a bit strange to have a diversification strategy that's just a shift onto one type of technology. I think the idea is to continue to innovate and to continue to support research and development in this arena, and to look for other avenues that would work for various sectors of society.
And has there actually been some kind of road mapping in terms of to what extent the city of Dubai, I mean, envisage just imagining the beautiful city of Dubai, but you know, it's a long way to get to 100%, given the fact that the water is also closely related to the electricity demand. So has there been some road mapping in terms of to what extent the city of Dubai could actually meet the renewable energy, or could provide renewable energy to the total share of the energy need of the city?
That's a really good question, actually. So the system that we have in place in Dubai is somewhat unique. Our energy policy is made through a multi-stakeholder structure. So in 2009, there was the creation of the Dubai Supreme Council of Energy that brings together energy producers, suppliers, consumers, distributors, to essentially set the energy policy of the city, which is also a state. So we have a different, I guess, structure in that sense. And so in that sense, you'll have the oil companies as well as aluminium producers. You'd have up with an integrated energy strategy that basically looks at applying basically an energy policy to achieve both renewable targets and to achieve energy efficiency within the city. To start with, of course, this was before the rapid price drops. They thought they'd be a little bit ambitious at the time and say that we'd have 7% of renewables by 2020.
I remember that.
For a hydrocarbon producer. I think a couple of years later, they upped it to 25%. By 2030, and just recently they've announced that it should be 75% by 2050. So this is something I think none of us could have imagined a while ago, but I think the sort of result that you have by having sort of innovative structure is that you get innovative solutions. So you get everyone around the table to be like, okay, what do we want to achieve and how are we going to achieve it? And I think they've set something that we look forward to seeing implemented for sure.
Well, I'm glad that you mentioned the 7%, because that was only a couple of years ago, and well, I remember that I thought, well, this is, Dubai is going big in everything, but in renewable energy targets, it was a bit sort of cautious, I would say. So it's great to hear that this learning curve now lies behind you. And speaking about learning curves, I'd like to turn the attention to Jean-François. Because you have been really, working for one of the leading energy agencies in the world, trying to predict the future. And I'm sure you've also made some learning curves with renewable energy development. So give us some insights from your work, and in particular, I like to know a little bit, sort of, looking back, but also looking to the future. What's next? What's the next finance mechanisms, for unleashing the development of renewables?
Great, well, great question, and I guess right from the start, I'll deny that we've ever tried to predict the future. What we try to do is envision what many futures could look like and try to give insights in terms of what that can mean of decisions that governments make. Just a bit of background on the IEA, our main purpose is actually to ensure secure, reliable, affordable and environmentally sustainable energy to enable economic growth. We strongly believe that the growth and energy equation will go together. What we're actually trying to get to, though, is minimizing the direct relationship from economic growth to energy demand and then to CO2 emissions. And so we do believe, when we look at things, we actually do believe there's a transition on the way. You were mentioning about the learning curves. The costs have dropped significantly lately. And just as a result, last year, there was 150 gigawatts of renewable electricity put forward. This is more more than the coal-fired power generation being put forward last year. So we're starting really things moving afoot. But what's really important when we think about this is not only look only at the supply of energy, but really what we do with that energy. The purpose of energy is to provide services. And in fact, when we look, we've been releasing for the past few years an energy efficiency market report. When we look at how energy productivity has been moving forward in the past few decades, in 2015, we had a 3 times growth rate of energy productivity compared to the past decade. So we see that not only renewable energy, but energy efficiency is also moving forward. And it's truly the interaction between these two that becomes very important. And it is the systems approach, as Michael mentioned, that is going to be key. And that's where we think that cities are actually perfect partners in terms of enabling that systems approach. You are asking me what's going to be next. I strongly believe it's going to be systems integration technologies. We've been talking recently, about learning curves. In 2014, we had a full analysis done on the world's global electricity systems, trying to understand what would be the role of different electricity components, generation, distribution, and flexibility aspects. We had a chapter on storage, wondering whether storage would be the grail that everybody would be waiting for. Well, that was just 2 years ago, and if I compare my analysis of 2 years ago to today's, I probably would still be wrong, and I know we're going to be wrong again. We do expect that cost reductions in storage technologies are going to come down, but what's also extremely important to understand, it's not only the cost of the technology. We're talking about reductions in cost of panels, but it's actually the installed cost. And I'll go back to what Mr. Baluku said a bit earlier on. Finance in low carbon technology is the key aspect. This is really what gives you the cost of operating those technologies. Low carbon technologies are high capital, very low operation and maintenance aspects, and it's by reducing the cost of finance that we can actually enable these to provide electricity, such as has been the case in the UAE. Now, the UAE has an amazing resource, so I don't think we'll see 2.9 cents a kilowatt hour, in many, many places of the world in the very near future. But what UAE did also is provide a lot of stability in terms of what the value of that electricity would be, therefore being able to provide very advantageous financing to the project stakeholders. So being able to link that finance to the projects is extremely important. Mr. Baluku was asking, give me the magic to be able to track that finance. And on that, I'll raise my hat to Michael and his team, who have done a great amount of work in terms of understanding how do you make renewable projects go forward. And one of the key aspects is bringing the 3 different sides of the table. The people who need the energy, the people who can provide the energy, and the people who can provide the money, and make them talk the same language. And I think in terms of technology progress, we'll see a lot of technology progress moving forward, but in terms of governance progress is where we really need to be doing and build the capacity in the areas where these technologies will be developed to actually move the agenda forward.
Thanks. That's very encouraging to see that this development has gone on. And when you mention these 3 this 3 dimensions, you say that people who generate the electricity or the energy, and people who will consume the energy, and those who finance, they need to work together. It strikes me that it's also a cultural change that we see with the renewable energy coming, that it's not so much always different people, these 3 parties. And that that runs under the terminology of prosumers in many parts of the world, where we actually understanding that those who are consuming energy, they can be also prosumer at the same time, and this of course provides complete new different business models. So again, the question to you, if you think, well, the costs, are really developing in favor of the renewable energy uptake, can we be as optimistic as the cost development is for the renewable energy development, or are there other barriers that you would see that are probably even more important for the renewable energy uptake?
So I think there are 2 aspects to the answer of that question. The first one is the cost of technology isn't always the major issue. There are sometimes legal issues or the way the market is structured will have a huge impact on how successful renewable energies will be. There are areas where market structures just don't value the opportunity that renewables provide. Either when we're talking about renewable heat, many markets actually don't even value heat, so being able to make a business case for heat becomes very difficult. But the other aspect is also what we have to get away from is this idea of just producing energy. We really have to flip the question around. What services do we want to provide? And then from that service question, what is the best way to provide that service? And that's where energy efficiency and energy demand technologies become so important. So in the ETP 2016 product that we released this year, we looked specifically at cities because we do believe that not only are cities going to be major demand drivers. There's currently 2/3 of energy demand in cities, and we see that increasing by 50% by 2050. But also we see that cities actually have unique opportunities of integrating supply and demand technologies to ensure that services get provided in the most cost-effective way. So we look at issues like providing heating and cooling. Cooling is going to be it's like you were talking about an elephant in the house, in the room. Basically, cooling demand in India is going to increase by 13 times over the next few decades. Being able to provide that increased comfort level without having the energy bill going through the roof is extremely important. Transportation. Electric vehicles are definitely going to be part of the game. We said earlier on 1 million on the road now. We're actually looking for 1 billion by 2050, so we still need to push there. But electric vehicles are just a means to provide mobility and rapid transit, land-urban form, to be able to avoid transport needs and get access to service without needing motorized transport. These are all demand-side actions that need to be taken, and often the levers to put these actions forward are actually in the hands of the mayor sitting here, which is why it's important that national governments realize the cost opportunity. We actually say that there's 70% of the most cost-effective low-carbon measures in the way forward that actually lie within the portfolios of city governments. So it's important for national governments to realize that to enable that cost-effective transition, they need to make sure the capacity exists in cities to move these solutions forward.
And given the history of the International Energy Agency, your attempt to predict the futures, not just the future, I can only say from my experience in the renewable energy discourse, scenarios and modeling of the different roadmaps, if you like, is extremely important for understanding what will happen when you do this or when you go that way. But most of this time, these scenarios have been on the national framework, let's say. So we've seen national renewable energy scenarios. And I'd like to turn to Raymond again. Since you are in the process of implementing 100% target and road mapping and developing the different steps that are necessary for it, I wonder how important is the ability of a city to actually model or visualize a certain target, to commit to 100% target, because now we have the national targets, and as I said, most of the renewable energy has been generated in the hinterlands, not so much in the city. So, talking about cities, to empower a mayor, he or she would need facts to answer to the local media and to the people. Why are you doing this? Why are you committing to 100% target? So I wonder how important is this tool that we've been using on the national framework, let's say, also for cities, because they're as complicated as they are on the national scale.
It is complicated, I would say, but it's not so complicated. I think if you distill this down to the end effect of what we're trying to accomplish, which is better quality of life, sustained quality of life, improved hopefully over time, then it's not a complicated question of why. Then it goes to what implementations are you putting in place in order to achieve it. And so the modeling that occurs and the data that is derived and the target that is set, they work together. The initiative of 100% renewable within a certain time frame, and it's different depending on which jurisdiction, of course, is aspirational in terms of its initiative, because, like was said, we're not sure what it's going to look like in a short period of time. Things change, but we must set targets. Saying 100% means that we're fully committed, that we're not 99% there. You know. I might want to see tomorrow 99% of the hours of the day. But no, we want that sun to come up the next day, 100% of the time. And so it's the same concept. We want to ensure that we have a future. What we are doing at the city level is exactly as described. We're trying to implement as many component pieces as possible and provide the data that you were talking about so that others can follow. Making mistakes, of course, perhaps not being as efficient first time around, but at least learning and sharing. And this is part of the reason that we're here at Habitat, is that we're wanting to give the opportunities for others to learn both from our successes and from our mistakes as well. It comes down to us as local government working more closely with our state governments and the intermediary governments as well. In the case of Canada, it's our provincial governments, and in the United States, for instance, the states. But with the coordination between our various governments, it can be more possible. We're in a bit of a disagreement with our federal government currently over two major pipelines that are transporting oil. And so it's not just about the renewable energies, but I think we need to think more holistically about our energy systems. When we talk about financing resources and financing of renewable energies, a lot of times it's initiatives that start at a state level, a federal level, in order to provide some level of subsidy to start these programs off. And if they're investing and continue to invest into fossil fuel technologies, that means there's less money made available for renewable energies. And so we as a government, as a local city government, are very vocal and taking the position that there should not be these pipelines built, should not facilitate the ongoing use of this tried and tested, perhaps, technology, which is fossil fuels, but moving on to something and investing into something much more sustainable, of course.
I think that's an extremely important aspect that applies for many parts of the world, that it's, the endeavor to shift to renewables is not just a technical or also not just a financial issue after all, but also about a governmental issue or a question of who takes which decisions. And in this endeavor, I know that you've experienced great support from Renewable Cities in Vancouver and from the civil societies in Canada. I think the majority of the civil society organization is applauding to this pioneering role the City of Vancouver plays. So would you agree that there is no energy transition really in a city when the civil society is not on board for that? So are they as important as everyone says?
They are the most important. After all, those are the people that we're doing it for. Without civil society and the social contract that we have with them, which is to not govern, but to facilitate a better place for them to live, to continue to give them the hope and opportunities that I think we would want for ourselves and for all our family and going on into the future. And so what we were able to do in the City of Vancouver was to, over a period of 25 years now, starting from the early 1990s, build the societal support necessary for us to be in the place that we are today. That I would say in Vancouver, in Metro Vancouver, and likely in British Columbia as well, our provincial body, that we have a strong support for this concept, that our quality of life and environment is high, and in order to preserve that, it's necessary to take these bold steps and invest as aggressively as we can. And that helps us, I think, make the transition. Without that support, I don't think that we would have been elected 3 times under that same mandate, and it continues. We hope for another few more terms.
We hope so too. I can only confirm that the energy debate is definitely going beyond technical sectors. Once you discuss contradictory policies from the national government. And I know what I'm talking about, coming from Germany. There are also different positions that are being challenged by the civil societies over the last 20 years, and I know that the civil society organizations have been instrumental for the Energiewende, where we are now so proud of, which we have sort of embarked on. I'd like to draw the attention to you, and if you have questions, please prepare yourself. I have one more question for the panel, but then I draw the attention to you. Don't hesitate asking the question en español. Si quieres, si podemos, bueno, yo entiendo español, así que si quieres preguntar algo en español, vale, adelante, yo voy a traducirlo aquí y lo arreglamos, ¿vale? Así que una cuestión más en este panel, and then I will switch to you. And the question I like to have to Michael is, when talking about cities again, most recent reports from the German Environmental Advisory Board, or it's also mentioned in the brand new IRENA report on cities' role for renewables. They talk about the special circumstances of every single place, and you cannot necessarily, copy and paste certain elements from one to the other city. And at the World Future Council, we speak about the local DNA that matters really much. Would you agree that or to what extent can we actually really learn from existing financial mechanisms, and where can we distinguish and then say, okay, this is really the German, or this is really the Canadian, or this is really the Ugandan circumstance where this only works? So my question is, to what extent can we actually learn from each other, and to what extent does the local DNA matter for the energy transformation?
Thank you, Stefan. I think the answer is both. I mean, I think we certainly can learn from each other, but local context matters. And I think one of the roles of a research organization like WRI and yours is to really translate that knowledge from one context to another. But it is critical that solutions are really rooted in the local culture and context. And if I could pick up one point on finance, I mean, finance is absolutely essential, and we know that there's not enough finance getting to the cities for lots of reasons, and inability of cities to borrow and such. But one of the things that we like to emphasize too is there's a lot of money in the system. We know there are trillions of dollars, tens of trillions of dollars in institutional investment funds. If you look at transport, I think my colleague Benoit Lefebvre has done some work. We have about $2.1 trillion allocated for transport infrastructure. Under the 2-degree scenario, it actually would require less finance than what we currently need. So it's more about shifting from brown to green, and this is where Jean-Francois mentioned earlier, it's critical to have business models. So it's not just finance, but to figure out how do you bring financiers, how do you bring municipal leaders, how do you bring the solution providers together? And that's work we're doing with C40 and Citibank about trying to figure out where are the blockages in that project cycle, where can we help bring people together? And I think that's also where we can sort of transmit that knowledge that we've learned in other regions on what business models work in terms of bike sharing, in terms of bus rapid transit, building energy efficiency, and then figure out what are the business models that need to be adapted in that local environment. So it's not just about finance, it's really about having that model that makes sense in that city.
So the question to the mayor of Kasese, Godfrey, what was your selling argument to your jurisdiction, to your constituency, to say, no, we are really going this way now? Was it, well, you will be getting access because some of your constituents may not have the quality of access that they wanted? Or what was your selling argument to the people?
My selling argument to the people was we need to do things differently. We have damaged the environment enough. And now we need to do things
so it was an environmental
It was a very big environmental aspect. But we also needed to have clean energy to cope up with the rest of the world. And obviously, I've told you, we needed to save the snow. We are experiencing a lot of floods. We needed to mitigate. And two, clean renewable energy is also a vehicle to development. Because Kasese is a mountainous area. Here we don't have mountains. That place is very mountainous. The highest peak is 5109 meters above sea level. Even if we get distribution of electricity from the national grid, we can't reach everywhere. We cannot, you can't. That would be a miracle. So we need other sources of what? Of energy. And yet, we wanted people to go, to have access to clean energy. So that's why we went solar power. So that, because in the mountains, a standalone solar panel would be convenient. Because you imagine there is this mountain, one home is on this side of the mountain, another one is on the other side. There's no government that can distribute power to such a type of environment. And yet, people wanted access to clean energy, just as you have said, not necessarily access to what? To energy, just as we have agreed. So it really moved me and the local authorities to go in and tell people we need to go in. The resource was there, we have sunshine, 12 hours a day, we have rivers. Now government is also putting out power plants. 3 in Kasese at a go, which will generate about 25 megawatts. Now, the local population also have started making mean hydro plants, because the rivers are everywhere. Every valley has a river. And they are using small turbines to produce power, to light up. And here we have not yet even talked about electricity, power, energy to cook. We are still on energy to light. Because even those who have access to power are not using it for cooking. Even ministers, if you went to their houses, you'd meet their use. Energy is very expensive. Electricity is very expensive. So they opt to use what? Charcoal. So we have unique situations in Africa, which you only need to go there to understand them. Even when you have electricity, you can't use it for what? For cooking. You still use charcoal. So all that is moving me to go clean renewable energy. All those challenges.
And when you say people or to electricity, I think what Jean-François said also applies in your country, that they are more interested in this related to it. So, you know, if you can manage to provide the services like light or, you know, service is fine. That's what the people want, and I think that's an important aspect that needs to be taken into account. So, as promised, I've seen somebody wanting to ask already from the center section here. Please raise your hands now. Now is your chance to ask the question that you always wanted to ask about cities and renewable energy development. Who wants to go first? I suggest that we just collect 1 or 2, 3 questions and then go back to the panel. Who wants to ask a question? Anyone? Please, yeah. You have a mic?
Yeah, I was attending the conference in the morning.
Can you introduce your...
I'm sorry. Santiago Sánchez, de la Asociación Ecuatoriana de Energías Renovables y Eficiencia Energética. Estuve en la conferencia de la mañana y hay un tema que es crítico y creo que aquí en la universidad,
and I think that at the Polytechnical School we are training professionals who later on will be working in the areas of energy, many of them mechanics or electricity. How are the cities dealing with the relationship from the municipalities to universities? Are there support programs? Are they participating in the description of academic pensum that describes renewable energies? How are professionals working in these areas? Because I think there's a divorce. You give this to the university to provide to professionals, and the municipality does not want professionals, but they want bureaucrats to continue doing what they've been doing before. So how are they receiving the new ideas with new professionals and that relationship that exists between the university and society through municipalities, and perhaps the WRI agency can have something there? Whom are you addressing your question? Perhaps.
Well, the panel. Tal vez el alcalde y el de la International Energy.
Mayor of and the member of the WRI.
For the question, I think it's an extremely important question. How will the energy transformation in cities and beyond be actually reflected by our educational system? How do we make sure that the students, some of you are here with us today, actually have the chance to educate themselves on these aspects? I think the question first was addressed to you, Michael, and if others, maybe you, Anna, you would like to respond to that as well, because I think it's really important. It's, you know, how will future generations think about 100% renewable energy targets if they're not getting educated in the universities?
Well, at WRI, we actually rely on students and recent graduates quite heavily. In fact, we wouldn't be able to do anything without recent graduates, because they really provide the intellectual manpower for everything we do. And I think we view that as one of our important roles. Is we absorb new students and they bring us new ideas. We give them an opportunity to not just do theoretical work, because we're all about putting knowledge into practice. So from an early point, we have recent graduates really working on the ground in cities where we have offices in Mexico and Brazil and China and India. Really involved. We're a big proponent of you know, relying on students. They're really the fuel for everything we do at WRI. So I think we have you know, we certainly rely on them and all their new ideas.
Anna, would you also like to respond?
Thanks very much, and thanks for the question. We too rely on our youth. As I consider myself quite young up here, and I think that's just a testament. We're a young country. We have a 22-year-old Minister of Youth Affairs. We really believe in sort of empowering the youth and learning from the future generations, because these are indeed the people that will carry out whatever policies we have, whatever plans we have, and we'll have to live with whatever we end up with. I think one thing that we've done in the recent patch in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi in particular is the creation of Masdar City. So this is a zero carbon city that was created as a hub really for everything to do with green growth. So this is of course also the headquarters, and we're very proud to have the headquarters of IRENA there. It also includes many key actors and agents within the renewable energy sector, as well as an institute. And the institute was created with MIT with the intention of training really future leaders and enabling them with the tools that they need to enact and sort of to bring some of these ideas around renewable energy and clean energy and for a better future, essentially. One of the things that we're talking about more broadly from our perspective at the permanent mission to the UN in New York is how to educate more and more people about Agenda 2030 as well, and to look more broadly at sustainable development goals, the Paris Agreement that was mentioned earlier, how to get more people engaged on it, active on it, and empowered really to do what they can within their communities, within their societies in order to achieve these. This is something that of course has an educational element. We need to go into schools. It has a capacity building element. We need to think about long-term training and skills needed to maintain a lot of these technologies that's been mentioned here. And this is something that I think needs to be a dialogue that needs to continue into the future with
one option is also, or one very concrete proposal would be also that you increase partnerships between universities, those universities who are working on this already, because we're speaking the same language, you have the same issues, and partnerships among universities on renewable energy educational programs or so do exist, but that's definitely something that can be increased, because I personally agree that especially when it comes to cities and their role in the renewable energy uptake and all the questions that we are discussing here and the questions that will be coming up in the future in terms of technology, policies, relationship between hinterland and so on, they need to be discussed. And I haven't learned anything about that during my university year. Talking to fellow students of today at the university where I sometimes teach, it's where the Energiewende is really a matter of, or a subject of a broad discourse. So thank you for the question. Sir, you had also a question, please. We need the microphone to transmit.
Hola, buenas tardes. Soy Gustavo Ceballos del Gobierno Autónomo Descentralizado de Rumiñahui.
Here, I want to clarify something to the gentleman to my side, that the municipalities, or especially my municipality, has been working with the university, especially with the Polytechnical School of the Armed Forces, and an event that we produced a year ago was on volcano Cotopaxi, and with them we have been able to monitor where the possible eruption may lead, or what will come out of the volcano of the Cotopaxi may erupt, an eruption, to see how we are going to be affected in our canton, which is at the foot of Cotopaxi. They gave a great deal of assistance for Quito canton that go through the rivers Pita, Santa Clara, that form the San Pedro River, and all of those paths are going towards the Guayabamba River, and then it goes on down to the Esmeralda River. All of these river areas, what will be produced by volcano Cotopaxi will affect these zones. So the students of ESPE have been our great help, students, professors, because here, as you well know, in Ecuador is a solidarity nation, common cause nation. So this solidarity is something that exists in our country. So a situation. The other situation that I wanted to understand is that here we must handle through decentralized governments to empower ourselves of the technological circumstances, and our municipality is also bent upon, especially in mobility. So my question is directly addressed to the lady of the good life, of the happy life. I know that this sounds, in quotes, as a wonderful thing, but I think that we are seeing that perhaps one of the products that you brought out and has not been publicized is the semaphore, the traffic light. That traffic light, I think that the semaphore has helped us a great deal, because it tells us the degree, the content of sugar, grease, salt, and other elements. This is the food semaphore, so what we are consuming. So what I would like to say is that, see if we can have a relationship between the autonomous decentralized governments to obtain the necessary technology of energy. It could be solar, because we live in the middle of the world with a great deal of sun, and this is a very low energy that we're using it. Perhaps very little. Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored that you've chosen. Well, absolutely. I think definitely one of the things we need to talk more about is South-South cooperation. This is definitely a huge topic. It's definitely something we can certainly learn from one another's experiences and strengths and good practices. In terms of particular technology, one of the things that we've learned is that we really need to build our own capacity to produce technology that's specific to our conditions. We don't have the same altitude level. I think the majority of the places in my hometown are pretty much at sea level, for example. We've also learned that some of the technologies that work in my hometown don't work 200 meters away, just across the border in Saudi Arabia. So these are very, very interesting factors, and it's definitely lessons learned that we can certainly learn from one another. We're also a decentralized government, and sometimes that makes things easier in terms of decision making. As I mentioned, our decision making structure really brings together the different stakeholders involved in energy policy that are affected by energy policy. These are the people that make the policy. And I think that's one experience that we really benefited from. We'd like to definitely learn more from your own experiences in your municipality, in the broader cities of Ecuador and in the country more broadly, as well as other audiences. And perhaps a plug is one of the ways to do that, of course, is through bilaterals. Another one, of course, is through global events. So one of the things we're also hosting, and we definitely love to have you there, at the end of this month is the Global South-South Expo. So that's bringing together UN entities and all actors to really talk about technologies that work and ways that South-South cooperation has benefited different countries among the South, and we definitely like to continue the conversation there. Thank you.
Okay. I have actually, before we close this panel, I have one more question to Raymond, because when you're at the Habitat 3 conference, sort of the elephant in the room seems to be the fact that local governments call for more power to implement SDGs, Paris Agreement, the new urban agenda, and national governments say, yes, of course, but then what? Then nothing really happens in this power shift. So my question from your experience would be, certainly you have some issues with the federal government, as you said already, but I would like to know for your endeavor to implement the 100% target, to what extent would you need a bigger mandate from the city council?
So just to be clear, not that I have an issue with the federal government. They need to make a decision on whether or not to allow these pipelines to proceed or not to proceed. And we're encouraging them not to proceed. What I would say is, though, that in the construct of local government in Canada, which I'm the immediate past president to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, which represents the 2,000 cities across the nation, our initiative at the last federal election, which is about a year ago now, was quite successful in convincing the political parties that ran for power at the federal level to change their thinking about local government. That it was quite successful in that they committed to some stable long-term funding. They have initiated a component piece of it, and we're in the phase of helping them to deliver the delivery mechanism of that money to us, along with the next large component of that federal funding. But the major hurdle for us at local government is that we don't exist constitutionally in Canada. That under the Constitution, provinces and territories exist, and the federal government, First Nations, as Indigenous people, as recognized by the Supreme Court of Canada, but not local government. We exist under the will of the provinces, and so all our authority is derived from what they allow us to do, despite the fact that we implement so much of what affects daily lives of our residents, whether they be police, fire services, water, sewer, solid waste, land use planning, roads and bridges, libraries, community centers, parks. These are the things that we deal with the local government. So I think our major hurdle is that we need to convince not the federal governments at this point in time, but rather it's our provincial governments to delegate additional authority to us. Most recently, we had a referendum on further investment into transit. The local mayors and councils around the region of Metro Vancouver were fully in favor of this initiative, that we were the ones saying that we want to increase taxes. We'll increase taxes to be a more sustainable region, But we'll take the heat from the citizens for it as well. And despite this, the provincial government forced a referendum, and it's very rare, of course, for anyone to vote for additional taxes, but this was something that failed. We were quite disturbed that we were forced to go down this path. So our challenge, again, is not so much our federal government, but it's whomever isn't as responsive to the needs of the residents in cities, whether it be the federal, provincial, or local government, that we need to be more forward-thinking. It can't just be to serve the current election cycle to get re-elected for that next cycle. It has to be long-term thinking. And I think we've unfortunately moved away from that forward thinking and forward investment type model in government and moved more to preserving our ability to get re-elected.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for sharing your insights. That's hugely interesting, and I think matches with many questions that we hearing at the different side events, the Habitat 3 event that we've been hearing in the run-up to the Habitat 3 conference. So that's actually very, very helpful. I'd like to close the panel now. I think it was very, very insightful. We've heard about the role of leadership, and certainly we have leaders on stage here that have taken the role to take the lead, or that actually have taken the lead to develop the renewable energy development. We've also heard that the local business models need to be or need to reflect the local DNA, the local circumstances of every single place. We heard from the question that there's a lot to do in improving the system or opening the educational system for the questions that are discussed with the renewable energy development. Energy in certain parts of this world is a question of access. And in this regard, it's not just access to energy, but actually access to the services related by or provided by the electricity or by the fuel. Then we need to increase the South-South cooperation, and that, of course, something that I like to hear a lot. We heard that civil society organizations are crucial, if not most important, as you said, if I may quote so. So I think that's an encouragement also for you to get involved in different levels at the university, in civil society organizations, in governments, to really push us forward in the renewable energy transition. And the good news is we have made a lot of progress, and the cost argument speaks very much in favor of renewables. So it's now really up to you, and it's about time to really get engaged in this. And I think that would be a good point to close. Before we close and hand over to Vera to wrap up the event, or do you, I'd just like to give one final question to the panel, and that's a very short question and a very short answer, please. The current energy mix, do you know how big the renewable energy share of the global energy mix is already? Any suggestions? Where are we? 20%. So I hear 3%, 20%, 25%, so we're not too bad. It's roughly 20%. And my question to you, in the year 2050, how big is the total renewable energy share on the global level? Now we've heard 20%. What would you guess in 2050? Who wants to start? It's live streamed, so be courageous.
I'll say it has to be around 80% in 2050.
What is it?
Well, that's where it is, 80%.
I would love it to be 100%.
Well, we at the City of Vancouver have committed to 100%.
Jeez. I think, yeah, in between 90 is a good number. I have to say, though, how do we define renewables? I think that's the big question. Renewable energy in general. Primary energy. I'd say 98%.
Well, I guess I'll be the dissonant answer within this, because as I mentioned, we try to optimize the different resources available. So in our, I won't call them perfection, in our scenarios, we see about a 45% overall renewable aspect. We do see a 95% low carbon content, and so there are more than one technologies that can be called low carbon.
So I think that's very encouraging, I have to say. We are somewhere in between 90% on average here. So that's a bold statement. I certainly believe in 100%, speaking for myself. I'd like to thank the panel for being with us here in such busy days. So big thanks to you for coming, for joining us, for sharing your insights. I'd like to thank you for being with us, staying with us, raising questions, thinking with us, elaborating ideas. So thank you very much for coming, and I'd like, of course, to thank the organizer, the German Ministry of Environment, IRENA, the UAE, and the government of Ecuador for hosting us here and for having this event. And I'd like to hand over to you to wrap up. Thanks very much again.
Muchas gracias a todos, no se marchen todavía. Han estado aquí todo el día escuchando un montón de ideas, de ejemplos, de historias de éxito que ya están teniendo lugar, de cómo podemos posicionarnos de cara al futuro. Ahora es la hora de la conclusión. Preparen sus cuadernos, vamos a ofrecer un pequeño resumen.
So we will offer a brief summary of what we have heard here, and we hope that you will take these ideas to your universities, to your homes, to your offices, and we will continue this. And there are still some copies of our focus. And without further ado, offer the floor to Vera Vera on behalf of the
Environment, Energy and Urban Planning of the Federal Ministry for the Environment, Nature Conservation, Building and Nuclear Safety of Germany. She's going to give us a summary of the discussions we listened to here today. Ms. Vera, please.
Okay, muchas gracias a todos. I'm going to try to summarize what two fantastic panels have discussed throughout this very inspiring day. So first, let me recapitulate what the scene was. We have rapid urbanization going on, and cities are consuming more than 2/3 of the energy already. Renewable energy is cost competitive with other sources, and for new installations it is often even cheaper. There are many co-benefits for renewable energy. It's energy security, it's easy access to energy, it's health, and it's job creation. And technologies are evolving quickly. So what do we need here? What seems to be within reach and what seems to be needed is systems solutions. So we have to think things together. We have to think renewable energy and energy efficiency together. We have to think different sectors together. For example, the transport sector, the building sector, and heating and cooling. And we have to think, and we can think, supply and demand together. And the technologies for that are within reach. What do we need? Well, actually, local governments should be enabled to just do it. And to do it to promote renewable energy. For that, the enabling frameworks need to be in place. These are legal enabling frameworks and also other enabling frameworks like capacities and finances. And they should also be enabled there at the appropriate level. This can be the national level, or it can be the provincial level, as we've heard here. Once, even apart from that, or especially if those enabling frameworks are in place, municipalities really have many possibilities to re-energize with renewable energy. They can generate their own renewable energy power. That again, we've heard it especially from the deputy mayor of Barcelona. There are some barriers to that, but the barriers could be removed. And in some countries, they already are. And they can use what they have at hand immediately, which is, for example, public procurement in the building sector or in the transport sector. They can use renewable power there, and they can use renewable power to power their buses. But for that, often municipalities also need the access to finance, and they have to have the know-how and the capacities. And for that, partnering and cooperation are avenues to help there. That is between business and government. It is between cities in the same country and region, or between cities across the globe. Also, we've heard the case for South-South cooperation just now. And it is also at the national and the local level. Here, coordination and cooperation should go on so they know how they can help each other to achieve the targets. And, of course, of vital importance is to get the citizens involved. Citizens are key, and they can be the drivers to re-energizing our future. And that, of course, also includes the youth and the students, and that's many of you. And that's not one of the last points, is to remember that, of course, every city is different, and so we need different solutions for the different local contexts. And that also includes different business models that attract the finance in that context. So cities, for many reasons, are actually the places where the transformation that is needed can take place. They are the drivers for a low-carbon, sustainable society where we can re-energize with renewable energy. So with that, I leave you, and I'd like to once again thank Ecuador for hosting us in this beautiful city, and thank the university for hosting us in this inspiring environment. And most of all, of course, thank you, the audience, for listening and participating. Thank you.
Thanks for the